person, and I'm really looking forward to our breakaway groups. So I'm going to leave the official welcome to the lady that steers us in the direction that there's not really a sporting space within South Africa that she hasn't been involved in some capacity. She currently sits on the board of Cricket South Africa, and the only lady that is there in that space Foundation. Let's give a big round of applause for our
Morning. Very excited to be here. One thing that COVID is teaching us these days is the fact that we are so busy. We are so busy in such a way that there are so many events, and most of us, we tend not to be able to be at an event at the right time. That's what I said to the CEO of SAWASF. So, thank you very much for you guys for honoring our invitation. I know that you could have been somewhere else today, and the fact that you are here today is a great thing. But also, I think I should also firstly thank the young people who had been here before their administrators today. So let's give administrators, let's give them to young people who were here earlier to register, and I was actually laughing with the CEO of USA saying, you know what, you guys, you are late, but young people are here, so which means it shows that the future leaders are actually active. So thank you so much. So I must give an apology from our trustees. We know again today it's a marathon, comrade marathon in Durban. So 3 of them are participating. Those who know Blanche would never miss a marathon. Those who know Patu is quite active. She is actually there, and Linda is working. So all of them are there. Palisa will be joining us later, and Fred will be with us tomorrow. So I just want to clear that and give an apology on that. So this year's conference, we are looking at coming up with solutions. In most of the time we come, we talk about issues, but we don't actually put up long-lasting solutions. So if you check most of the topics, that's what we are looking for. We are looking for long-lasting solutions. And actually, if we can do that during our group discussions and during our panel discussions, we should make sure that if there are issues that we could actually even indicate to say this organization would be the best one to do it. And this one is what SAWASF have to be focusing on. So all these topics are around leadership, around empowerment, around inclusion, and also around gender equality. All of them will be actually focusing on that. And there's one also around policy and legal issues. Also, we need to make sure that we definitely analyze and come up with long-lasting solutions. So one of the things that we usually don't do as women in sport is to write about our work. So today I chose to take few books that I have from women in sport. And one of the book, unfortunately the girl is not here. I didn't know that she was not going to be here. This girl attended our first conference 2017, eh? Yeah, 2016. 2016. She then went back, organized a group, and their group now do a lot of work. She was motivated by what we are doing, but also writing a book. Jennifer actually motivates us, and that's a young girl. The other book is Friend, Hilton Smith. We know all of them about Friend. Oh, there they are, they have copies. So that's another woman. She's one of our trustee members, but also she had a lot of experience in football. But one special lady who had been running during apartheid years and breaking records. She wrote a book, and the UN even subscribed that book to schools. Not only that, in South Africa, there's a school that is named after her. Who is that? Who knows? Who knows? Rosina, stand up. Let them know that we have a champion here and Thank you so much. Because you know what? Why I'm raising these issues is because of I want young people during break, and also at the end of the session today, we are going to have a braai after that where we would network with these women. There are so many powerful women around here. I won't go through all of them, but also young people, make sure that you interlink with them. The one book also that I want to talk about is this book. So this book, there are stories around the whole of Africa around women. So these women met and agreed to write a book where they write about their stories. So who can tell me, who are the two women in sport in this book? Okay, yeah. Ntambira Vele and Really Dwala. So it's women in business, women in education, women in whatever, but there are two chapters in this book about women in sport. So please look for this book, exclusive book, and buy it. But today, two people might be lucky because of this book. One of them I will give it to Ria to give it to somebody who she chooses to do. That's what it is. So you better rub your shoulders with Ria to make sure that she gives you a copy. Okay, fine. So I've done that. And now it's coming to acknowledge our guests who are coming from all over the world who are with us. Some of them will be connecting online. And to start, actually, Maiden, you will do that, eh? Yeah, I think yes.
I'll leave it to you, that's all.
No. You will do that because I will be taking your job. But all in all, I just want to thank you all for being here, for being with us, whether you are coming from Geneva, whether you are coming from UK, from Zambia, whether it's from Cape Town, and people who will be connecting with us from Spain and also from New Zealand. So yes, so that's the range of speakers that we have for you today, and we would be having our panel and also speakers from South Africa. So the combination of people who are here, it's quite a good range. It comes from students who are at university and a group of students who are still at high school, and the rest of us are administrators in sport in one way or another. So we have a good range of participants. Let's share and let's hear from young people what you think about women in sport. So when we go to breakaway sessions, please make sure that you give chance to even those who are introverts to be able to speak, because we want to hear their voices. On that score, thank you so much, Villain. You can take over your program. Thank you.
And that, ladies and some of the gentlemen that are here, officially opens the 5th conference of the South African Women and Sports Foundation. It's a beautiful Saturday morning here in Gauteng. It's a beautiful Saturday morning here in Pretoria and the Future Africa Centre, which is our host venue for today. And just to make sure absolutely everybody is awake, we're going to do something. I'm going to say SAWASF, you're going to say woman. SAWASF? Women. SAWASF? Women. Come guys, bring those voices out. I say SAWASF, you say? Women. I say SAWASF, you say? Women. What is the answer? Women. I loved how Ntambi opened it up and she shared some of the books and the people that have been involved in the women's sports movement, because now we're under a very official banner, the South African Women in Sports Foundation, and it's taken a long road to actually get here and get organized, but it's taken efforts, lots of different efforts in different pockets to actually get us to where we are. And often it's quite difficult to think that you're making an impact when it's just you or you and a friend, but you keep at it and you keep at it and you keep at it and you keep having people behind you, and eventually, like Banyana, you're winning the Women's Africa Cup of Nations. So I am really excited about today, and I'm also really excited about the very clear vision that we have for this 5th conference, and that is to come up with workable solutions. Not things we just talk about, but things that are actually implemented. Maybe we don't come up with a long laundry list of things that we'd like to achieve, but maybe just 2 or 3 that we can actually action and that we can see results, because that is what it takes. And it's taken all of those efforts through all the years. And now that we are all together and we are under a more formal banner, we are power in numbers. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. So we've got we're going to have breakaway groups where we're actually going to come up with those solutions. We're going to brainstorm together. We're going to speak. We're going to then share our different ideas that we've come up with a little bit later on. And then we're also going to be having lunch and tea and make sure that everybody is hydrated and very happy and their glucose levels are right up where they should be. But if you do need to go to the ladies, Where that is if you haven't found it already, you go out the door to the left and you just go around the building and you'll go down the steps and you'll find the men's and ladies. Otherwise, you can go to the other side of where the dining hall is. So like if you go out and you turn right, you'll see all the bright colored umbrellas. You just walk through there, you'll get the ladies. The dining hall is also there, so out to the right, which is where we're going to be having a lovely lunch later on. The breakaway sessions, there's going to be 4 different breakaway rooms. You're going to be guided by the person that's elected as the leader of your specific breakaway session. The rooms, however, one is going to be in here, one out to the left, and immediately you'll see the door there. The other one, you just go a little bit further to the left, and the other one is across the way. But you'll be led by your by the person that is elected as the guide for your breakaway session. Other housekeeping rules. See the little camera there sitting by our legend of track and field, and also with the school named after her. Which, can I just tell you, this week the MC of education in Gauteng has made her school, transformed her school, and relaunched her school as a school of specialization here in the province for sports. So there's a little arm there with a camera on it. That is for our live stream. So if you guys in that row, specifically and one behind it, if you guys don't mind just like exiting that way so that we don't block the camera, and anybody else that happens to go past that camera, please don't knock it over, because that's where we are getting all of our other guests that are tuning in from around the world, as Tammy told us. Really, it is a global event. They are actually going to be coming in from. If you guys would like to let your friends know, maybe they had no idea what you're doing today, you want to tell them where you are, what you're doing, and to get involved in the conversation so you can continue the conversations when you get home. We are on YouTube on the SAWASF page, as well as on Facebook on the SAWASF page. And if there's some really great nuggets of wisdom that you want to share on your social media pages, please use our hashtag gender equality, and hashtag SAWASF 2022. Okay, so those are the official housekeeping rules, all out of the way. And let us get on with our first keynote address for today. She's joining us from New Zealand. We had hoped that she was actually going to, bless you, we had hoped that she was actually going to dial in from New Zealand to take some questions and answers, because her message is a video message. Unfortunately, she's not very well today, so she won't be taking questions and answers following her speech. But she is a lady that has spent the last 8 years focusing on sport for social development in her drive for a more inclusive world. And we certainly can say, if we look back 10 years ago, women and society in general has come a very, very long way. Doesn't mean to say there's not a long way for us still to go, but there certainly has been a lot of successes along the way. Rachel Froggatt is the IWG Women and Sport Secretary General, and she's our keynote address for this morning. So just put your eyes to the screen and let's enjoy Rachel Froggatt.
Ina mana, ina waka, ina reo, iro rangatirama, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name is Rachel Froggatt and I'm Chief Executive of Women in Sport Aotearoa, and I'm also the outgoing Secretary General of the International Work Secretariat, which has been held by Ina mana, ina waka, ina reo, iro rangatirama, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name is Rachel Froggatt and I'm Chief Executive of Women in Sport Aotearoa, and I'm also the outgoing Secretary General of the International Working Group on Women in Sport Secretariat, which has been held by Aotearoa New Zealand from 2018 to 2022. No ingarangi o kutupuna, I tukuaki o ki te ao mutu Waikato, no reira ka mihi ki te maunga Porongia, me te awa Waikato, ingare ke tamaki makoto taku kainga, ko Ngāti Aotearoa te iwi, ko Rachel Froggatt taku ingoa, ko taku mahi ki ngā wahine hakinakina o Aotearoa, ko te Chief Executive. I've just greeted you in Te Reo Māori, the Indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I've explained my whakapapa, my heritage, as is custom, and the places that I identify with that are places of home to me. And I've particularly acknowledged the mana, or the power, of the rangatira, the leaders that are in attendance here today at the South African Women in Sport Foundation Conference. And I particularly acknowledge my friend and colleague, Mutatambi Ravelli, founder and chairperson, and her excellent team. Thank you very much for inviting me to join you virtually all the way from Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. Auckland is, of course, the largest city in Aotearoa, New Zealand, in the very far South Pacific, a fair way away from all of you today. And thank you for inviting me to talk to you about the International Working Group on Women in Sport and Women in Sport Aotearoa, and the work that we are doing to find real solutions to advancing gender equality for women and girls in sport and physical activity. So where do I start? I think the best place to start is with our belief system here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's our belief that change starts by sharing knowledge, by sharing tools, by giving practical solutions, by working on progress together. But our belief system also really focuses in on the fact that we believe that change starts with changing the system, not the women. And that's the way we need to move as a global movement worldwide, making sure that we are presenting evidence and we are advocating for changes within the system that look after women and girls. So what is Women in Sport Aotearoa? First of all, we're quite a similar organisation actually to South African Women in Sport Foundation. We were established at the end of 2016 and launched on UN International Women's Day in March of 2017. And we're New Zealand's largest and most well-known independent advocacy agency for women and girls, and we work into government, work into the sport and recreation system all over Aotearoa, and our job is to, as positively as we can, work with the system to identify where its strengths and weaknesses are and the changes that it needs to make, and to help people improve their capability, to help them to learn and understand, to access tools to make positive changes, and to really advance equity for women and girls in the system here in Aotearoa. About 5 years ago, we bid to host the International Working Group on Women in Sport. And for many of you that are perhaps less familiar with this organisation, it was established in 1994 in the UK. And it's quite unique because every 4 years, the administrative function, the secretariat functions, shifts all around the world. And it's been absolutely everywhere since 1994. The UK, Namibia, Canada, Japan, Australia, Finland, and of course, Botswana was the previous host just before us. And of course, just recently, actually, during the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games, it's actually been officially handed over to the United Kingdom. And so Aotearoa New Zealand is working in partnership with our friends in the UK at the moment in co-governance. So they are looking after the International Secretariat, and we are still looking after the staging of the IWG World Conference, which is taking place in November this year. But I'll come back to that one in a minute. And really what we did when we brought the IWG here was to enable us to bring global thinking into Aotearoa to accelerate change. And having IWG here has really been an enormous catalyst to make sure that, you know, to a large extent, you know, and once it came to us in October of 2018, you know, we knew we had 4 years at that point before the World Conference took place and before the world arrived in New Zealand. And we knew that we had to move ourselves into a best practice position. And, you know, in 2018, New Zealand was not best practice when it came to women and girls in sport. Now, the landscape today here is just completely unrecognisable. So from late 2016, when Women in Sport Aotearoa was established, and we were very much a lonely voice, you know, the only organisation or the only group of people that was saying that change needed to happen, to now a landscape where we have support from the very upper echelons of government, from Jacinda Ardern, our Prime Minister, and Grant Robertson, our Deputy Prime Minister and Sports Minister. we have a national women and girls strategy that's held by Sport New Zealand, which is in essence our sports ministry here. We have systems and structures and initiatives and programs and activities right across the system that mean now that thousands of professionals and associates across New Zealand are working towards equity and towards advancing women and girls in sport, creating more participation opportunities, creating more leadership opportunities, increasing the value and visibility. And Women in Sport Aotearoa and the IWG has had a really important role to play within that, especially when it comes to accelerating change. And the way that we really have done this is to look at bringing in ideas, solutions, case studies, toolkits from all over the IWG world to enable change. And I think one of the things we've recognised, so early on in this journey, is that we're all in this together. Everyone, and I say this with the greatest respect. It's so challenging often to see people starting from the same point over and over again when people all around the world have started from that point already 50 times over. So how do we make sure that rather than reinventing the wheel all the time, we actually give ourselves the opportunity to start with the best solutions and the best information that we possibly can have? So, and I wanted to particularly talk to you today really about two major initiatives that we are in charge of that I would absolutely love to make available to the South African women in sport community, but also the community across Africa. And many of you who are listening here today would be really aware of the amazing work that our Botswana team did between 2014 and 2018, and still actually involved in the Women's Sport Africa network and working collectively across the continent. So these initiatives are really about building upon that fantastic work that Hame Motibi and her team did. And the first big one that I want to talk to you about, of course, which I mentioned earlier, is the IWG World Conference on Women in Sport. And this is in its 8th edition this year. It will be taking place here in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, between the 14th and the 17th of November. But there's a couple of really big things for you to be aware of. So the first is that it is, for the first time in its history, a hybrid event. So that means that it has a full online participatory portal that you can actually join in. So if you're unable to travel to us, you can access the world's best content from across our many different sessions through an online portal. And I'll show you what that looks like in just a moment. It takes place, as I say, between the 14th and 17th of November, and it dovetails into the back end of the Women's Rugby World Cup, which is taking place between the 8th of October and the 12th of November. That is a very deliberate decision on our part. So those that are travelling with us will also be able to see the world's best women's sport live in action, with 12 of the best women's rugby teams in the world competing for the trophy. We have over 500 speakers confirmed, including Murutambi, I must say, and more than 220 sessions as well. And it's a very diverse program across the 4 days. It's designed specifically to, really follow a journey. So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 are all about building upon the day prior. So it's actually a journey that you travel through it. So the first day you land in, you become aware of your environment, you meet lots of people that are similar to you and lots of people who are very different to you. You start to get a kind of foundational base. From day 2, you start to access new ideas, new insights, new projects, new thinking to really try and help you kind of move your own work forward. By day 3, we're into kind of what we call wonderment, which is where you get super inspired, super excited. You're branching off in all sorts of directions. You're working with lots of different people that are really inspiring you to think outside the box. And then day 4 is about really collaborating and bringing that all together so that we can all launch off really inspired and full of practical solutions and action plans to go forward with. So before I kind of talk about a little of the kind of the detail of how the program runs, I'm going to quickly show you a really fantastic video which just kind of sums up what the conference is all about. So here it is.
Small changes can become great accomplishments. Joining from many sources, they flow together to create something mighty. Change inspires change, each with its own story to tell. Stories shaped by people and people shaped by stories. By changing the way we look at things, the things we look at change. Creating champions who don't live by what's engraved in their trophies, but by what's woven into the lives of others. Mā mua ka kite a muri, mā muri ka ora a mua. The International Working Group on Women in Sport has driven positive change for women and girls for more than 25 years. Aotearoa New Zealand, home to 3 upcoming Women's World Cups, will host our conference in 2022. The largest gathering on gender equity in sport and physical activity in the world, live in Auckland. Or follow the event virtually, collaborating with your international colleagues. You can also join our global community of action right now online. Mentor, be mentored. Inspire, be inspired. Sign up now to our tapestry of storytelling, woven with countless threads of change inspiring change. E hara taku toa I te toa takitahi, engari he toa takitini. Add your chapter to this story right now at iwgwomeninsport.org. Change inspires change.
Kia ora. So change inspires change is our theme and our motto for the IWG World Conference. And it's really built on this idea that any change that you make, however small or however large, can really trigger and inspire the next change in the person next to you or the organization next to you or the community that you work within. So our program has been designed by more than 150 experts from more than 30 countries around the world, and it's taken nearly 2 years for us to design the program from beginning to end. It's been created under 5 themes, and these themes have been identified by this global community of action. And the themes are leadership, social change, active lives, high performance, and visibility and voice. And what we've also done is identify 7 different lenses that we're going to be examining these 5 themes through. And again, these have been picked up by our global community of action and advised to us as the 7 biggest, most important areas that we need to advance change within. And these are indigeneity, technology, data and innovation, health and well-being, systems, resources and investment, environmental sustainability, human rights and integrity. So the conference itself is based on social learning principles. So this basically means that we believe that you can learn just as much from the person sitting next to you as the person on the stage. And so that means that the design of the conference is quite different from what you would have seen at big conferences before. We actually only have 1 keynote address per day across the 4 days, and 95% of the rest of the content is fully interactive. So that means that of our nearly 500 speakers, you'll actually have unprecedented access to the world's best experts, because not only will they talk to you about the work that they're doing, but they will be physically or virtually available to talk to you directly about the work you are doing and give you ideas and support to move yourself forward. There's multiple formats, from very quick 10-minute lightning talks through to longer, much more intensive 45-minute workshops where you will really, be brainstorming and working on ideas that are really close to your heart and things that you want to take home and change. So you've heard me mention a couple of times that it's going to be available virtually. We actually have a little 1-minute video that gives you a really good idea of what our platform looks like and how you can interact with it. So I'm going to quickly put this up on the screen now. So here we go.
Joining the virtual experience is really easy. It's even easier to navigate the timeline. Join a session or a breakout room and be part of the discussion. Learn more about the speakers and presenters. Complete polls during the session. Make notes directly into the platform. Connect and collaborate with people using the Meeting Hub. Be part of the global community of action virtually. Register now.
Kia ora. So super easy. So really, really easy to join from anywhere in the world and take part in the virtual sessions. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you all about today is a brand new project that we launched about 6 months or so ago called the IWG Insight Hub. And you can actually access this from the IWGwomeninsport.org website. And basically what it's intended to be is the world's best case studies, tools, research and insights really collaborated together and presented back to the community. And what you can actually do is load your own work onto this platform and really showcase what you're doing. But again, comes back to this idea of like, let's not reinvent the wheel. If you've done amazing work, you might inspire the next person who's doing work in a very similar space to you. So we really, really want to hear your story. So please do sign up onto the platform and load your stories, but also have a really great deep dive into that space. Have a really good look around at what's happening all over the world, because there is some fantastic work advancing women and girls everywhere. So I guess at this point, I am online to take questions, so I'm really keen to talk to you all. I'd love to have anything you like thrown at me to have a chat about. But just quickly before I do, I would love to issue an invitation to you all to join us here in Auckland, New Zealand, between the 14th and the 17th of November. You can register now at iwgworldconference.org. You can register to come in person, and you can also register to attend virtually. And I just want to quickly flag that the early bird registrations actually close on Wednesday, the 31st of August. So if you are after some discounted, cheaper rates, do try and grab your passes before next Wednesday. So it's really been lovely to talk to you very quickly about the work we've been doing here in Aotearoa and also the work we've been doing with the IWG. I'd really encourage you to stay connected to IWG and reconnect with the new Secretary General, Lisa O'Keefe, and her team. Lisa has just taken over and has an amazing plan of work over the next 4 years, and will absolutely no doubt be connecting with South African women in sport and the local community there. So kia ora, thank you very much for having me. Let's have a chat.
Tambi, let's hope that the Springbok ladies can get through to that bronze medal playoff, that final. Oh wow! Oh my gosh! Okay, so our South African representatives, we can't wait to get back all of the information and also join online. I know that our lives over the last 2 years, because of the pandemic, have not only increased our ability to use all the online tools. It's also made our lives a little bit more complicated because it feels as if we are being pulled in every single direction, and you know that there is always something on the go. So you have this anxiety that all of a sudden has creeped in. Oh, I'm missing this and I'm missing that, because believe me, as soon as you pick up your phone, which has got your entire world on, it'll tell you what you're missing out on. So as much as technology has caused us to create some good self-management tools on how we use our devices, they also have given us the ability to be more accessible and have more access to the rest of the world. So the fact that this is online, I certainly will be joining in and listening to the conversations. And I think exactly what Rachel Froggatt says, change inspires change. It's all about finding workable solutions. It's all about finding workable solutions, not only talking about them, but actually giving feedback on this actually worked and this didn't work in my action of implementation, because it's all about implementation. It's all about actually doing the work, and then feeding back to say, through my very real lived experience, this works and this doesn't. And that is how we build on the knowledge to come up with best practice and ensure that these conversations have very real impacts. Speaking about real impacts, our first panel debate, we're going to give all of our panel members a big round of applause as they come up. The moderator is, her current role, is the Limpopo Sport Confederation Women in Sport Coordinator. But she is so much more than that. She is a doyenne of football administration in the country. She gave Daniel Don probably the biggest challenge to the South African presidency. Ria Ledwaba is the moderator of our panel. Let's give her a round of applause. And as she makes her way up here, our first panel discussion is which actions and measures to take to enforce long-lasting changes in women in sport. Now, this is something that we're going to hear. We heard it from the founder and chairperson of the South African Women in Sports Foundation. Change is the key word. Action is the key word, because when it comes to action, women have been taking it for many, many years. Then the other joining Ria, she's going to be moderating this panel. Participants on the panel, Tabile Nene, she's the program coordinator for Goals for Girls. Also on the panel is Patience Shikombana, CEO of SASCO. She is also heading up the LOC for the Netball World Cup, which will be taking place in the mother city, that's Cape Town. They've got a very key event that's currently underway here in Pretoria. It's the Africa qualifiers. Other than South Africa, the other two representatives that will be representing the continent at next year's World Cup, the first World Cup that's going to be taking place here on the African continent. No pressure. Munira Ramatula, she's also on our panel. She's the founder of Footballing Girls and chair of the Gauteng Women's Rugby Institute. So you talk about playing in male-dominated spaces. I wonder if that's even a thing. I know it was a little while ago, but we're still making inroads because there's still inroads to be made. And then I think we're going to need another chair, actually. Thank you very much, Andre. Much appreciated. And then the final member of our first panel discussion for today is Katonga Balya. She is from the University of Zambia. She is the physical education and sports lecturer, and she does a whole lot more, but she'll be able to tell you about it. So Maria, I leave it over to you as we discuss which actions and measures to take to enforce long-lasting change.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, journalists.
Morning.
I think we all listened to Rachel. I hope we can all go there to be part of that conference. There's going to be change. We're going to learn a lot about what New Zealand is doing. You know, they're hosting the World Cup. So I think it's important, if we can, to try and log in. If we can't be there, she is online. We can be participants in there. I think it will empower us. Like we have seen this organization, SAWASF has done so much for a lot of us, a lot of you who are sitting here this morning. So today we are going to get solutions. We are going to talk about actions, measures that we are going to take. A lot has been done, said all along. Every August, I'm sure the ladies here will agree with me that every August we have these conferences where we talk about challenges and all that, and we don't ever hear about the actions that we are going to take. But today, we are very excited that we are going to be debating about the actions, the measures that we are going to be taking. Rachel spoke about the practical solutions. That's what we want to do. We want to be intentional about what we want to achieve. The New Zealand government gave them support. That's what she told us. And they created more participation for women in New Zealand. Maybe that's what we should try and do in South Africa. I think today, 27 years after the Beijing Declaration, I think we have done some progress. I think we'll agree that some progress has been done. But we know that when that declaration was made 20 years ago, it was not a short-term decision. It was not to get short-term solution. It was to get to where we get significant resources. That's the point number one. And we also have to be committed, to be intentional in what we are going to do. This panel this morning is going to talk about actions, measures to be taken to enforce change in women's football. Someone said this football, sports. We are going to get to a point, which actions, which measures are we going to take? Margaret Thatcher once said, I quote, if you want something to be said, if you want something said, ask a man. But if you want something done, ask a woman. Yes. And I think it has been shown by rugby. They are going to the World Cup just in November. Netball is going to the World Cup in 2023. Football is going to the World Cup. It's all women. So I think this quote talks to us this morning that as women, we can indeed do it. So I'm going to allow our panelists to take us through, but my first question to them, let me ask a patient who's also the director of netball. She is the chairperson there who makes sure that the netball is going to be a success. Have we done enough in South Africa to be able to today to talk about action and measures?
Good morning, Action. You forget? My children. I'm just getting to sleep on the floor. Thank you very much, moderator. I can say we're moving just slow, but I think we're getting there. There's a lot that, I mean, if you're seeing a panel of women from our own country, from our own communities, it's an indication that there's progress. It might not be what we had hoped for. Astrid, I like to remember the late Auskidi. May her soul rest in peace. That she managed in Nike at the time, and all what she wanted was to see more women coming out. And in her days, she always said, we need to push the 50% of women in all areas. And I think, I mean, if we look at it, if you have a chair of the World Cup being a woman, it's a sign that they're starting to recognize as women. If you look at our own government, seeing 50% being women, it's a sign that they are hearing us, that we are there. I want to talk about one thing that my grandma pushed, and that's why I am here: education. Without education, you will not know what to do about yourself. You won't have confidence. You will not know which doors to knock. So I'll urge that one of the things that we must do in our own system. I always start at home. When I'm talking about grandma, I'm saying charity begins where? at home. So if our parents, if our own circles within our family or the society are not encouraging women to take the lead, no one else is going to do it, because then we are told that your place is in the kitchen, you can't go out of the door. You need to deal with it. So from that point, Austria, I can just say that, look, we're moving, but we still need to do more. One of the things that also this conference must talk about, the issue about gatekeeping. We must address gatekeeping. If I have an opportunity, let me open it to others. I must not So those are things that we need to really be able to do that and make sure that let's have more Tabi Ravelers from such forums.
Thank you, Patient. Yes, she's also in SAWASF. And SAWASF has taken a lead in making sure that we have more women in the executive. I think we have more women than men in the executive. But I think we must ask her today that she must help us, that SAWASF must make sure that all federations follow suit. It can't be a federation that takes charge of all, the confederation that takes charge of all, but then they do something, but they don't enforce it into the federation. I think the federation should follow suit. I've just been appointed for 6 months as chair of transformation. That's what I'm going to enforce also, to make sure that there is women change. We see participation of women, we see more women in the leadership. I think we would ask you to really, while you are there at SAWASF, to assist us.
Yeah, I think also, thank you for that, mentioning the issue that out of the 12 board members that we have, 7 of them are females. And 2 of them, it's first vice and second vice president. So as I'm saying, we're getting there, we might move slow. But I think just to emphasize a measure or an action that is critical on what you just raised, it must not be a talk show. We need to put it in our own legal framework. So it means the national federations, as they follow suit, they must in their constitution say, during the elective year, we must make sure that if the president becomes a man, the vice president must be a female. And if it's 50% of that executive, it must be, because if it's in the constitution, you don't have a choice. You have to do it that way. Thank you, Jose.
No, I know that the football has seen that we enforce it in the constitution. That's why we have a vice president. But now we want to go further, because we can't have 4 vice presidents and we have 1 woman. It must be 50-50, as we say. I'm going to ask our young panelists here to share with us, do you think we are going to talk about action? Because we have 15 minutes to do that before we start talking about our action now.
Thank you, ma'am. So the question, do I think we have done enough? So I am from a footballing background. I used to play soccer before, but now not anymore, not so much. From my experience, just seeing when I was playing and now, definitely a lot has been done. A lot has been done. There's so much exposure now. I always use football as an example because I grew up in that sport. That's the language I know. So seeing a lot of people who I used to play with, in the dusty streets of Alex, being given an opportunity to, for one, play in a league that's televised, when conversations were about we can't televise female football because it's not marketable, and having to see that happen, it's inspiring, and you can see that a lot of people have put their necks in the line to make noise for women or for girls like me in sports so that they get the opportunities. And we realize that the noise that a lot of people have been making is very needed. And it's noise that is creating so much, not only opportunity, but exposure. Because from what I've seen, I have a friend of mine, Asara Walau, who I used to play with. She plays for Mamelodi Sundowns ladies now. Seeing her from when we were growing up playing in a field without a soccer ball or without a training kit, and seeing her at a level where she is traveling Africa, competing with big teams in Africa, and then coming back as a champion, and you get an opportunity to see that as a young person, it shows that a lot has been done. And as young people, we appreciate it. Yes, now as I appreciate it as a spectator and as a supporter for women in football, but you can see that it is appreciated from the efforts the girls put in when they have a tournament, when they have a game, because they have seen that people are talking in these spaces of decision making for them so that things can happen better than they used to. So just in essence, I feel like a lot has been done. Yes, sometimes it feels like it's very slow now. But when you look back and you just see how things have changed from 5 years ago, there is significant progress.
And I think you are right, but we can still do more. Yes. I think more needs to be done. All the way from Zambia. You had a good friend?
Yes.
Yes. How do we avoid becoming our own worst enemies in the fight for equality?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I think oftentimes we've heard women are always pulling each other down. Women are women's worst enemies. I think, for me, I believe that when we grow too big, nothing grows underneath us. So for us to have lasting solutions to the challenges that we face, we must believe in mentorship, we must believe in grooming. And if we do that, surely we have, it's so exciting to see a lot of young people here, because oftentimes we go into conferences where there are people who are already achievers and you're saying, these people don't need to listen to what we have to say. We need these conversations for this young generation because they're the ones we are passing the baton to. So they need to be part of these discussions. They need to know what our vision is. They need to buy into our vision, and we need to move together. And if we're moving together, surely the chances of pulling in different directions won't be there. Because we're fighting the same fight, and we're going in the same direction. And when we're holding each other's hands, we're sure to go further. If we go alone, we won't go far at all. So it's very, very important that for these changes that we're speaking about today, to be long-lasting, to be sustainable, we must groom the young people. Whatever organizations we're coming from, let's groom the ones that will take over from us. Because then we'll build the sense of ownership. They are part of the program, they are part of the agenda. So they feel they have the responsibility to also do what you were doing. I come from an organization, some of you may know the organization is called NAMSPA. It's the National Organization for Women in Sport, Physical Activity and Recreation. Our executive director passed on during the COVID pandemic. It was something that we did not anticipate. But one thing that she did was every day she talked about, I will not always be there. But now SPA will always be there. What happens when I'm not here? Who will take over? So I'm a product of my soda mama. I'm here today because of her mentorship. She pushed me, she always said, look, we go to conferences, I'm not going to say anything, you be the one to speak. Because you know what happens in the organization. Today I'm with one of our programs directors, because we want the organization to be in touch with what is going on, what are we involved in. I might not be there a few years down the line, but because she's part of the process, she can easily take over. So I think that's very important in sustainability and creating changes that are long-lasting. Thank you.
Thank you. Monira, I'm going to ask you the same question. How do we avoid putting ourselves, being our worst enemies as women in the fight for equality?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think firstly, Ria, I want to go back to your first question in have we done enough? I think on paper we've done enough. If you talk about, the matches now being televised, that's been on paper for the longest time. And yes, we've gotten to that point, but is it enough television coverage? No. We should get to a point where every single match is televised, not just on a day where there's a festival and then we televising those matches. We should be encouraging the other teams that might not have television on that day to find other ways and platforms and channels to make sure that they are also televised. And that's why I say on paper we've done enough. Have we done enough in the boardrooms? On paper again, we've done enough. We sit with a mother body that has 7 women. How many of them do you see? How many of them have voices? How many of them are given the opportunity to have a voice? From my own personal experience, I can say honestly that the minute you have a voice, you are cut off. And how are we going to overcome that and move forward from that? We've seen it. We've seen it with you. We've seen it with so many of us, where the minute you have a voice or the minute you have an opinion and the opinion is not what you're supposed to have, it becomes a problem. But our counterparts can have opinions on everything else and anything else. So again, I'll say, on paper, we've done enough. And we as women need to stop being content with the fact that I've done enough, I'm there, or that the paper has been done enough. And we need to push beyond that in order to have sustainability. Or else we're always going to have women in positions or in places where they sit there and the status quo continues because we are content with just being there or just holding a. You should never be defined by the fact that I'm holding a particular position. You should be defined by the fact that I'm creating that impact and I'm changing to make sure that the next generation doesn't have to experience what I have, but open the way and the road for the next generation. That's the first part. The second part, your question now is, how do we not pull in different directions? I think it's so important that we understand that whatever it is that we do, you look at SAWASF and Tambi with SAWASF and what she has done. A lot of the times, within certain structures and organizations, we are encouraged to say, you need to be supported. And we need to get over that myth of that we need to be supported, because if you are within that myth of saying, I need to always be supported, you need to support yourself. And by you supporting yourself, that is how you pick up people who then look at you and say, but if she can do it, then I can too. So I don't have to be this or that or whatever the case is. We wouldn't be here today if she sat back and said, I don't have the support to do this. She believed in the vision to say, whether women or not want to be educated on their powers and their responsibilities within the space, I'm still going to do it. And I think that's where we need to start, is that understanding that irrespective of whatever it is, whether it's in my little corner or her little corner, we continue doing what we need to do. You'll convince the right person and you'll support the right person. And by your actions and your behaviors, you then get to change that narrative where the next generation or even your older generation or your generation then gets to understand that, oh, okay, so it doesn't have to be like this. This is how it is. That is how you encourage change behavior on how do we need to stop pulling in different directions. Because you do find yourself in spaces and in positions where you're constantly pitted against each other, you know, and you're made to feel that there's only space for one of you. There's space for everybody. And you need to get over that as well. You know, as women, we need to get over that there isn't just space for one of us. There's space for all of us. There's space for all of us to occupy whatever it is that we want to create that change and to make sure that we don't pull in opposite directions. We don't always, my thing is that I always say we don't always have to like each other. We don't always have to agree with each other on what we are doing. But we need to be pulling in the direction of saying, this is where I'm heading, is to create that change and make sure that as women, we move forward. We're not all going to move forward together, but we need to see that significance in moving forward instead of pulling each other apart because we are made to believe that there's space for one of us. Thank you.
I think the important fact, to be in the boardroom and everything, to be in the boardroom and raise the voices of women, not to sit there because you have got a position and now you don't say anything. And I must tell you, we do talk. Women do speak there, but it's not very easy, especially where you are in a background of a lot of men out there. You have to raise your voices time and again, and we are testimonies. And I think a lot of us here today are testimonies of speaking out. But we must continue to stand up and be counted as women. Thank you about it. We are going to, okay, let me, I think there's a hand.
Wait, I wanted to just pick up on Nina's point. I don't know why we don't use our basic, I should say behaviors or values. I mean, if you're able to strategize as a mother or as a girl that when I have money or no money, but my kids will eat. Why can't we do it in where we're saying we've got a responsibility to change whatever that is happening around women? So I'm just highlighting that there's things that we've got. I mean, our own values, our own upbringings. There's a lot of things that we've learned, but we can't bring it to the fore to make that change. And I don't know what stops it. And I'm saying from the basis that you're saying, Australia, that and I want to talk about issues of elections. My CEO from Usanus. During elections, men talk. And when they are done, they come and confuse women. And the women, they follow with their heads. Yes. So let's strategize and have a position. And they must not break that position that we have agreed upon. And it's got nothing to, I know sometimes it's based on saying, maybe Gitola here and there, yes, I'm going to get whatever out of it. But I think we need to stand firm. We have to stand firm. It's time that we can't push back. Our parents have done it for themselves in their own environment. We can still do it. Thank you, sir.
And why would you have two women fighting for the same position? Why can't you go and sit in your room there and decide which one should go in first? We have seen that happening even with our chairperson here, where she wanted to stand for a position of president of SAWASF, and we women sitting here cannot support. We fold our hands and we sit there, we do nothing, and we say she must go and fight herself, all alone. And we are there keeping quiet, not doing anything about it. I think we need to change a lot of things. But let me give a chance. I was going to allow the audience, I will give you 15 minutes after we have spoken about the changes that we want to see. We haven't started yet. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much. There's one thing that Rachel raised. It's about women in sports strategy. SAWASF does have a women in sport strategy. We don't have as a country a women in sport strategy. So possibly part of our way forward should be how do we make sure that as a country we have a women in sport strategy, which we know SASCO would actually drive and government will support. So, because that's where we start. We have a strategy, but our strategy might not be implemented by government. If government wants us to use the same strategy to pave the way forward, that's not an issue. So we don't own them. But I think one of the things that she mentioned was the fact that they have a strategy, and that's the reason why they are moving more most of the areas. Coming back to the issue of representation and 50-50 representation, I think the most important thing that we should be doing as women is to look at the credentials of women that we want to put into positions. Because if we allow men to choose women for us, they are going to choose the ones that won't challenge them. and tick the box of 50%.
Yes.
So why don't we ourselves start to look at those credentials, have a list, so that if basketball is going for elections, we should know which women are we going to support as women. If it's football, we should know that we are going to follow these women. So SAWASF is actually now raising a hand to say, we will start putting up that list. So send us the names of credentials of women in different federations, and let's start lobbying for those women. So when we go to social media and raise their names, please support us. Because those are the issues that we are not doing as women, supporting each other and make sure that the right women are in those positions. And those women, when they are there, they must be vocal, they must be visible.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Maggie. And so true. Let's look at, we are on a panel with a patient. There's a position of a director of transformation in sports. There were 63 applicants and no one qualified, men and women. But I'm saying, can't we look at women? What Ndambi is talking about, identify them, look at that position. It's a position that will actually empower us if we have a woman there who's going to steer that ship of transformation in there. So let's look at this thing and advise each other. Patients spoke about gatekeeping. When I see something, you know, like yesterday I was in a function of the city of Johannesburg, and I know this woman came to my office and she wants to perform, she wants to give service. And I was saying to Ndambi, we need to go and see her because I think SAWASF would be beneficial to talk to her. We'll be giving service to them. There are a lot of things that we are doing that I think will help this woman. So I'm not saying, no, because she came to my office, I can only do it with myself. But I'm sharing what I've heard her saying she wants to do. And I think there are a lot of young women here that can be able to add value into the city of Johannesburg. Let's go back to our topic. And we have identified what we believe, because we can't change everything. No, you can't change the world, but you can look at certain things that are important for us. I think the first thing is the salary gap between men and women. I want this panelists today to each one of them, starting with you, Mogera, to give us what measures, what actions, and should we wait for Banyana to qualify and then we say we are going to give them this much, or should we just do it? Should it be done? Should it be in the Constitution? What is it?
I said June would be nice. You know, there's so many things that constitute the salary gap, and I'm also going to be quite controversial in what I'm going to say, in that, no, we shouldn't wait for Banyana to qualify. And also when we go out there and we're looking at these salaries and the salary gap, I mean, it's excellent that netball has gone out and they've contracted these, I think it's 24 players, 24, I think, yeah. It's 24 players so that they can now concentrate on the World Cup. But if you look at the salary that they're getting, is it a livable salary? These are the things that we need to look at. We need to again debunk the myth that women's sport is not supported. Sponsors don't come to women's sport. Yes, there's a lot of things that constitute to getting a Kaizer Chiefs player getting a certain salary. They're able to fill stadiums. They have good sponsorships. So they can negotiate with the blank check when they want a certain player. When it comes to women's sport, we have not reached a stage where we can negotiate with a blank check. And as much as certain government departments come to the party, the corporate world still needs to come to the party. Yes, there's some sponsors and corporate companies that have come on board. But my issue with what they come on board with is not the same that they would come on board with male sport. You can't say to me that, no, but nobody watches women's sport. I mean, you look at the AFCON, the WAFCON, sorry, was, how many, 3 million or something like that actually watched the final. You look at the Women's FIFA World Cup, it was the most watched game. The US women's team was able to sell the most jerseys. You know, it's how do we get to the point where, because you'll always get to the place where they'll say, no, but women's sport don't have sponsors, so where are we supposed to get the money from? It's going back to, I mean, you look at organizations. Yes, netball has actively gone out there to go and say, we want to contract the players. It's great, it's awesome, don't get me wrong. But how do other federations then follow suit? Do they have the right people in the right positions that are going out and negotiating for with corporate companies to say, this is what we can offer? And once they've negotiated and they receive that money that they receive, are they then going back? Because as a sponsor, I want value for my money. It's not just about me writing a check and giving you the check. Am I getting value for my money? Am I getting my regular reports? Am I getting, if I say to you that I need X amount done within a media space, am I getting that? You know, yes, going ahead, negotiating with the national broadcaster, it's all great because they have the numbers on paper, but who are your interactive audience that can then go ahead and say, we support? Going to SuperSport is great, and nothing against the national broadcaster. Going to SuperSport is great because then they can pay you much more than, but they also have a more interactive audience or a higher LSM audience as opposed to your national broadcaster, where that audience can then contribute financially to ensuring that we get to where we need to get to. I find a lot of the times these discussions come up when it comes to equal pay is when we've won something as women's sport or when we've achieved something as women's sport, and after 3 months it dies down. And there's nobody actively or a specialist within certain federations that is sitting there and saying, this organization is up and coming, they have extra money to spend, how do we channel it into? We find ourselves where we are sitting and waiting for people to come to us. And when they come to us, they hold the trump card because they're the ones that will tell you, we'll give you so much. And because the federations are desperate at that point in time, they take what is given to them. But they're not going out and saying, no, but this is my value. If you can say Bafana is valued at this much, I say Banyana is valued 10 times more. So why aren't you selling that value? Because if you sell that value, you're able then to attract that revenue and you're able to bring in that money to be able to say, I can pay Banyana players more than Bafana players because they deserve it.
But patient, what Monera is saying, is going to the sponsor, who goes there? You know, if you are in a federation, and I'm going to talk about football, where I have testimony. How when sponsorship are acquired everywhere, it's about the boys. It's never about the girls. So how do we then change that situation that we don't, when we do something to make sure that the salary gap is closed, and it is closed forever. We're not going to talk about the cricket when they go to the World Cup and talk about it. Then your sisters.
Yeah, whether we like it or not, it's still a men's world. It's still a men's world. And no, it's a fact.
We need to change that.
Yeah, we need to change that. And the reason I'm saying it to this conference is because if you look at the money or sponsorship that is given out there, it's because the boys' club meet wherever they meet, they agree at that level, and they send it off. That's what happens. So one of the things that I'm saying probably to look at from that point of view is that maybe let us be transparent about the issue of the salaries. I know always when you're in an organization, they tell you it's confidential. No one must know how much I owe. I am. So maybe if we can start to say, tell us how much you are paying Bafana. Because then if it's transparent, it's there that each and every game that they go to, they get 100,000. It must be the same as Manyana. It must be transparent. And then we start to preach consistency. Yes. I mean, our argument as women actually on issues of pay gap, we do more than men because we don't have a portion for other stuff. So the point I'm making is that we need also to say, as women, we're the ones that are taking care of our families and other outside circles. So the action that I'm looking for is not that we just need to have a policy that says, can we be transparent about what we pay, whoever that. It must not be based on gender.
But maybe there is a draft policy of women in sport. Will that policy assist us to close this gap?
It will. But you know, as we always say, we've got too many policies.
Yes.
The issues about the implementation, the issues about one-time evaluation. We're not knocking at the doors and making sure that the people that have to implement these things are being taken to task for them to account. It's same as to sit there and end up saying, but hey, I don't have the budget.
Yes.
That's what we say. Yeah. You want to appoint a new CEO, then? If it's a man, you will go then up in terms of the salary. It's a female. Look, we can cut it half 50%. So those are things that I'm saying. If you're transparent and you know how it's supposed to be done, that's the only way.
It can be implemented, but we have SAWASF can implement. I think they've got the capacity, they've got the ability to be able to do that. I think we need to speak to government, honestly, in terms of implementation. Because certain things, as you say, there are so many policies, are they implemented? So this one, the women in sport policy, you must look at that policy. If you don't have, ask her to send it to you. We need to make inputs, all of us. We need to look at that policy and make inputs. If possible, we must also say there is an organization of women in sports, SAWASF. We want them to be an implementer of that policy. I think we can be able to do that. Let's hear from Katongo. Am I pronouncing it right? I hate pronouncing somebody's name. Katongo. Oh my God. Again.
Yes, I totally agree with what's been said, and I think I go back to Tammy's point, where if we have the right representation, with the right information, with the right education, then it's not just having a face in maybe a policy making decision. It's having a face, it's having a person that knows what they're there for, what they're supposed to do. So they're adding value to that position. So many times we've had the numbers. Most organizations are now going 50-50, okay, we have 70% women representation, but what value do those women bring to the table? So we can cry all we want about salaries, disparities in salaries, and so on and so forth. For as long as we don't have a woman who understands how things can be changed to represent us, such things will continue happening. And that's why we must build capacity. If we know we have women that maybe are there already, and we know they do not have enough information to change the situation, let's empower them, let's build capacity in them, let's give them the information that they need to go and talk about when they go to that board meeting. Because our representatives need to explain that we've already had an unfair disadvantage where we are now. Because at foundation level, of course, male sport is more popular because the funding has been in male sport from foundation. So how do you expect a girl who's raised to think she must take care of the home to compete with a man or a young boy who wakes up and the first thing he does is go to a club to play sport? Because we're coming from a scenario where we've been disadvantaged. And if we don't have a woman who will speak in that boardroom and say, look, we've had the disadvantage already. At foundation level, we are disadvantaged. So in all fairness, how are we going to say male sport is more popular? Because it was disadvantaged. Female sport was disadvantaged at foundation level. But we can only have those changes taking place if the woman that's representing us in that boardroom is well informed and they know how to make these debates. They know what to talk about when they're there. And they're not just ticking boxes because no, we have 10 women on this board, or we have 5 women on this board and it's good enough. It's not about quantity anymore, it's about quality. What quality do these women who are in high positions bring to the table?
Thank you, Dr. You know, quality, not quantity. You know, let me share with you, during our elections, you have 52 regions of football, and we are told there are 52 vice presidents, and we have 343 local football associations. We are told we have got 343 women vice president. But look at the candidates on the list. Where are those 52 vice presidents? Where are those 343 vice president of the local football? So you're talking about quantity. So we must always strive for quality. We must never allow ourselves to put here because of something else. We must put patient there as a chairperson of netball because we know that she will go there and make an input. I'm going to allow Pavile to also share with us about this gap very briefly, because we are going to have other 2 identified areas where we need to have change before we give the audience also an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you. I also totally agree. You know, for me personally, I've also been hearing people talking about how many girls fall out of love with sports. It's not that. There's no falling out of love of a sport because you're a girl. The problem lies with, can I continue doing this and also keep myself happy in terms of, can I take care of myself? 90% of people I know that I grew up playing with during the Sasso League, 90% of them stopped playing because they had to go and find jobs. It was simple as that. I left because I had to go and find a job. So this discussion is very important. It's important in also, like myself, I work with young kids, young girls. introducing them to sports, showing them that sports has the power to not only get them out there, give them a voice, but change their lives and make them better people. So how do you do that when at the end of the day, they have to come back and there's no food on the table and they can't provide that? But they need to come to training every day and give their all. So for me, it's a very simple answer. Yes, definitely. Something needs to be done. Policies need to be put in place. We need to start screening the year a lot harder than we are doing right now, so that this conversation is taken seriously, because it feels like it's not, and it's only taken a bit seriously when we win a major national trophy and the conversation gets talked about again, or the US wins the World Cup and it's a conversation again. So for me, in a nutshell, definitely. And I feel like maybe one major tool or asset that we can use to advocate for this change to happen really quicker is using tools like the foundation as a huge voice for everyone who's female in sports to bring that conversation out there, not only to us, but I feel like maybe the young kids as well who are interested in the sports. They don't know if they are even allowed to ask about this, or is it even a conversation that should be there? But when they come in and they are in such scenes and they hear such conversations, then they see how they can actually make their voices louder using South African Women in Sports Foundation or using other federations and foundations that support such conversations.
Let's go to what Monira has touched a little bit, coverage of women in sport. Are we covered enough? Maybe in Zambia we covered. Are we covered? I'm going to ask that question. Can we take that answer?
Definitely not. Definitely not covered, but I think we must seize opportunities all the time. Right now, the hype is around, for example, what the ladies just did, the CAF, the football, they're in the limelight. How do we as organizations now, community-based organizations, sports NGO, how do we leverage on that popularity now? So it's time to take advantage. We have to be flexible. We have to subscribe to what is happening, what is trending. So if we have an opportunity like this one, to make all our other agendas known, because there's focus now on women's sport, let's take the opportunity, let's seize the opportunity to make our voices heard and our voices known, because we have the opportunity. The focus, there's a lot of goodwill, there's a lot that is happening in women's sports at the moment. So let's not lose this momentum, let's use it to push any other agenda that we have, because obviously eyes are on us. So I think it's an opportunity that we must take advantage of.
What actions, what measures do we have to take to make sure that the Vale and there has an opportunity? The teams that are playing, we see them. The parents don't see their kids when they are at the World Cup. They see them when they're still playing around in those leagues. What do we have to do? What actions? I know SAWASF has already gone to Super Sports to say we need a channel for women in sports. Why don't we? Then we don't need it at 3 o'clock in the morning. We need it when we are still alive, where we can watch. Tell us what other measures can we take?
The one that I have, which is critical, is we have to prioritize women's sport. We must make it number one. That is critical. And I know the question is about how are we going to do that. It's true that there's lots that we say, but we don't put a strategy on how to do it. And at some point, we need to be able to have that voice that is going to go and say, this is how we're going to do it. I think our problem is that we go and ask, but we don't say this is how we want it to be done. So I think it is time that let's put the strategy and go and say, look, for you to address the issue of coverage of women, prioritize us first. I mean, look at Commonwealth in Birmingham. CGF decided that they have more women medals or events, they have more events for women. I mean, we're even happy when we realize that in most cases in athletics, the last event of the day, it's a men's event. But it was the 100 women that was the last event in the Commonwealth. So these are the things that they are prioritizing women events and women's sport in so that media can start to say, look, they're as equal as other events that men are doing. So that is very critical for us.
Help us. You are also in the nuclear and all that. How do we make sure that the women in sports events are covered at the right time? 2 minutes.
Look, I think there's so many different aspects to it. I think first and foremost is, are media houses aware of what women's sports events are taking place? First and foremost. Because 9 times out of 10, yes, when there's a hype around it, then everybody jumps onto the hype. But are we feeding them the information? The same way that when we call press conferences about men's teams, are we doing the same? You know, I think over and above that is they might not always have the say to put it within a prime time or whatever the case is. I mean, I look at how ENCA does it very well, and you know, everybody's position is that he's in charge of sports. We had a conversation, and he said to me, we are very unapologetic about the fact that we go into the communities and we focus on those sporting codes. Because we don't want tomorrow that we find an athlete that has achieved and that's the only time we highlight them. So it's also about that. I mean, a lot of journalists, sports journalists would come and say, oh, we're looking for events and stuff like that. But do we as women give them those events? Do we put it out there to say this is what is taking place? I don't think, especially at community level, people, clubs, organizations use their community media enough, because it starts with that. You know, are you using your community media to publicize your event, not just on Women's Month, you know? Because that's the time, I think my phone lights up so much during Women's Month, because it's like, do you know what women's events are taking place and stuff like that? And my answer is always the same, is that, but why are you only coming to me now at Women's Month? Because women's events should take place throughout the year. I mean, I look at like our awards that we run, we never have them in Women's Month, and it's a conscious decision, because we want to make sure that people concentrate on women in sport throughout the year. Yes, we can launch in Women's Month because we know how to leverage it on the hype that exists during Women's Month. But use whatever it is that you can to leverage, and then from there you are able to say, I have a permanent way of highlighting certain things. I mean, I look at the Springboks played last week in Potch. Actually, they played the Saturday before that at, what was the stadium? Ellis Park, thank you, Valen. at Ellis Park, and they beat Spain 45-5, you know.
Our women.
Our Springbok women.
She's talking about
yes.
women.
Yes, you know. And SA Rugby made a decision to say they'll play a curtain raiser. Some people felt like, no, but not to put a curtain raiser and stuff. But it was a conscious decision to say, we want to make sure that people know that the Springbok women are playing. We want to make sure that people watch them against Spain, whether you're at the stadium or not, but we're still going to have that game. When they played out in Potch as well, SuperSport was there, covering live. SuperSport did a whole promotion and stuff on it to say, watch at this time, the Springbok women are playing. And, you know, most of the time, events happen and you only hear at the 11th hour or after the event has taken place, or you see it on social media. How are we feeding the media the information?
Thank you, Maria. Our last identified issue that we wanted to discuss was participation of women in sports. We are just going to give an opportunity to help us what measures or action should we take to make sure that there's participation. I've realized that when we look at the white communities, the parents are there all the time. Our black parents never go and support their children. Is it the problem that we can increase? Should we do something with our own parents so that they can be able to watch and support their children to participate? What measure?
Yeah, that's a very important one, because with sports, I've seen it for the longest time since I've been working with sports for good foundations and working with young people in communities through sport. The interest is there. Immediately when they see a ball, a field, a t-shirt, they're just interested in playing. So I feel like it's keeping them interested. The support that comes after that hook, that's the most important thing. When I was playing, I don't remember my mom coming to watch my soccer game. Based on a lot of reasons, of course. During the week she's working. On the weekend she needs to do the household chores. I always understood that. So as parents, finding ways in us supporting our young girls when they are playing, it's very important to see an adult, a mentor there and watching you and telling you what you're doing right, telling you what you need to improve on. It gets you more interested in the sport. So for us as an organization, we have seen that having peer mentors, being around the young girls has helped a lot with keeping them interested in the game or interested in the program. So having, not so young, but very young girls from the same community being there, they recognize and they see there's a sense of understanding where they're coming from. So even the conversations around what's going on, why are you no longer as interested, it becomes more easier, because it's not like now I'm talking to like my old coach and I'm being scolded at because I'm losing interest. It's more of a peer relationship. There's a rapport, but then this person is also older, so there's that sense of an older person supporting my dreams. So support is very important. I'm not sure how we need to have those conversations with parents and also understanding that the communities that we work in impoverished communities like the one I live in Alexandra, people live at a hand-to-mouth. So how are you asking a parent to then leave that situation and come and support their child during the weekend? But also we need to have those very tough conversations with them, so that we find better ways to support our young people in sports.
Thank you, there's role models. Are we really using our role models to encourage more participation? Do we even ask our teams, who are your role models? Bring them there so that they can touch them, they can speak to them, they can hear from them. Are we doing that? Or they just live with that coach, but they have got all role models of other coaches that they can come there, and when they see that, they become a participant, they become encouraged, and they encourage other girls out there to participate. Let's give the audience an opportunity to also engage with the panelists. Any hand? I see a hand there. Thank you.
I'm actually from the Northwest. I'm in boxing, if I may say. Last week I was watching Mama. You get a mic for me so that we can pick you up. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me just reintroduce myself again. This is Omarina Tsai. I'm in boxing. I'm the Deputy Secretary of South African National Open Boxing. I'm also, oh, okay. I'm a former secretary of Northwest Open Boxing, and given that, besides the fact that I'm a chairwoman for Women's Commission in Sport Confederation, when we talk about measures, I like what Mama Moni just said, to say we have all the documents that we need, but we lack practicality of it. The papers are there, policies are there, constitutions are there, but the major thing is we are not implementing it. And at some point, I think we are waiting for men to implement it for us. We sit there, we don't support our own women. There will be 2 of us with 10 men, but I will still try to find a way to be in disagreement with you in a meeting rather than actually supporting you as a woman. I'm not saying I should just support you just because you're a woman, but at some point we need to hold each other's hands and carry each other. That is one thing. And also we need to talk about capacity. We need to be at a point where we are so capacitated that when we do certain things, we reflect that it's a woman who's doing it. Mama patient talk about why can't we take it to the basic? To say you're a woman, you are doing things in a basic way, you know how to run a household. No one taught you how to do it. Why don't we implement it in that manner? If I'm well capacitated, it goes to a point where if I'm saying I'm going to run for, I am going to run for presidency on South African National Boxing, people should not be surprised. They should not say, no, boxing is going to fall just because I'm a woman. Also, it doesn't go to a point where they are saying, let's give it to her so that she can fail. And then tomorrow we need an example to say, this is the reason why we can't do it. So those are the things that we actually need to look at. We also need to talk about resources. I'm here, I'm young, and I found people in boxing, right? And I will make an example in Northwest. I'm one of the few women that is really taking boxing forward. And in most cases, I see myself lacking resources. And if I lack resources, I can't achieve what I want to achieve. I can have a vision, but the vision must be supported by resources. And people that have resources, first they look at me and say, no, you are in boxing, but you're a woman. What are you doing here? You're a woman. So those type of things we really need to look at there. And Mama Ntandi, there's
let's allow.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm gonna just allow you to finish. Just finish.
Oh, okay. I will just summarize it to say, at some point, even when we get positions, let's make sure that we work on those positions. We become very visible, because in most cases they put you to shadow you.
Yes.
To just say, now we have a woman, like in documentation, but be there and make sure that you become very influential, and you also pick people that will be there at some point when you leave that position. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify women in sports that are in leadership position and bring them to the table? Let all of us ask, what values are they bringing? What are they doing there? And maybe tell them what we would want to see them achieving as leaders in those organizations. Maybe you should arrange something like that. Just look at, and I think there are not many. I think even the president of the federation, there are not more than 5, I think, in all 80-something federations.
We've got.
Okay.
No, I think in terms of the leadership within SASCOC, out of the
presidents.
Yes, I want to talk presidents. We've got around 15, I think, or 16. And I like to exclude the netboard because it's obvious. Because it's so it's something that we have to work on, honestly, as you're saying. There's no way. Most of positions in federations, they think you are good in making tea. They make you secretary generals, and I don't know why.
We don't make tea for anyone.
Let's see the hands again. Let me come this side.
Yeah, you can.
1 minute.
I realized that I talk a lot. Today I'm just going to talk about only one item. The marketing strategy of women in sports. I'm Mace Mutawu from South African Football Journalists Association and a sports presenter at Social Media Television Station and again a soccer legend. The marketing strategy that we receive in the sports fraternity for women, it is not acceptable. We're not going to accept it. We're not going to tolerate it. I feel like we've been used in the action of, the inaction. Last week we had a dialogue during Women's Day in Union Berlin. The topic was only netball because netball by that time was launching, forgetting about the other sporting codes, rugby and cricket, of which women are doing very, very good in the sporting codes. So because we got Banyana who have won, there was a inaction by the time. Then they come netball, it's inaction by the time. When are we going to be gathered together with all the sporting codes being recognized at the same time and being valued at the same time? So what I'm saying, all the sporting codes in terms of marketing strategies, we will still very far. When was the last time you see cricket playing, having a lot of women come to support, a lot of spectators, especially when playing women, even in rugby, even Banyana. Now they're playing on the second, they're playing against Brazil. Are we sure that the stadium is going to be full? Because they are the champions. But there's someone there who's sitting there doing his or her things and with our own people. So that it has to come to an end after this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Macy. This is the voice of women in social media radio station. So you better use the station, take her numbers because she does speak a lot about women issues. Can I have a hand at the back then? Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Mohadi. I am from the University of Technology, and I was listening to one of the patients who said, "Why do girls lose interest in sports?" Well, I've noticed that in most sports, let me just say netball, most coaches uses the same people all the time. It's always the same 7 people. They don't recognize other girls with more talent. So hence, that's why sports in women is not recognized, because it's always the same faces. It's always the same 7 faces with no change. So I feel like that's why they don't also recognize women in sports also.
Thank you. The last question, they give a 1 minute. You are not going to give us a speech.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Siamela Rilan. I think I'm sitting here as the Vice President of Midrand Local Football Association. I just wanted to pick up in terms of what the panel has said. Firstly, your patience. I'm always on your case because a couple of years back, there was a program that was done for Train the Trainer, where we're supposed to be trained as the upcoming leaders to be able to train other young people in terms of leadership so that they cannot experience the same challenges that we have experienced. Secondly, I believe that the issue with the problem with parents, I've had first-hand experience on it. The problem with Black parents, and I'm going to say this, the problem with Black parents is that they only support their kids because they want them to turn professional. and they forget and they don't understand what is it that their kids can get out of sport. And when our kids are going to your Model C schools and everything else, we are always there to support our kids. But when it comes to club football and sport football in the township, we are nowhere to be found. We've got Stockfells, we've got everything else. Yesterday, I spoke with a seminar for women on women, and we're calling parents to say, this is what you need to do to support your kids. Otherwise, if you don't, you are going to continue to have your drug problem, your teenage pregnancy. Lastly, Mama, I just need one thing as well. We've discussed it with Mam Gambi a couple of times. Enforceable policies when it comes to women in sports, because the government keeps saying the policy, but up until such time that there are sanctions that need to be put into those federations, we won't get anywhere. We'll always have bodies that we will not have any action. The Commission for Gender Equality and the Department of Women and Children need to come on board and need to be accountable as well when it comes to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice President has spoken. The next Vice President of South African Football Association. Let me give the ladies so that I can give the panelists to give us their final words.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moko, and I come from the same country as Kato. And we come from the National Organization for Women in Sports, Physical Activity and Recreation. So mine was a comment when she said, are the women in sports activities known to the media? I had a comment there because something came to my mind. Are the women in here aware about the sports activities that are happening within their own communities?
Yeah.
This is something that is lacking, I think. If we ourselves begin to know the activities that are happening within our own communities, I think we're going to get some support. And then also, the men will begin to take the women in sports activities highly seriously. Because if we're not aware about these activities ourselves, I don't think we're going to get any support. We are always in different groups as women. In Zambia, we have kitchen party groups, committee groups. I don't know if that happens here. Why don't we have women in sports groups where we're discussing some of these things? And if we meet up maybe for lunch or dinner or something, are we discussing some of these sports activities that are happening and the challenges that the girls are facing? I don't think we're doing that. We're focusing on, oh, you have nice hair, you have nice shoes, and you have all these other things that we talk about. I'm not saying it's bad. It is okay to talk about those things, but let's also talk about the sports activities that are happening within our own communities. Lastly, the other one was on the capacity building of the women in sports. I think this is quite key. In Zambia, where we have a woman who's the head teacher, the school is seen as a school which is very serious. And I hope one day we can have a situation where if we have a federation or an association that is being run by a woman, it is seen as an association or federation which is quite serious and committed to their work. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. And I think what you're saying is very important for us to engage with other women in sport in other countries too. You know, COVID has taught us that we can do that. We have visual meeting. We don't have to travel to Zambia to come and meet with women in sport in Zambia. We can do it visually. I think it's something that we need to start engaging this neighboring states, women in those areas, so that we can share ideas and be able to change our situation. Thank you very much. I think you will have time in the groups where we are still going to talk about that, because we have run out of time. We've taken somebody 7 minutes already. I'm going to allow the panelists to just say the final words. Thank you.
We started already? No, already.
1 minute. No speeches.
Yeah, I said be nice. I think, look, just to wrap it up, it's all valid and it's all what we need to be doing. And I think we way past the point of saying we need to be doing this. We now should be at a point where we are doing it. And I'll go back to the fact that, the fact that somebody does not support you doesn't mean that you're doing the wrong thing. You need to continue doing it. I always say it is each and every one of our responsibilities to make sure that we create change within our communities, and we need to do that. And sometimes you think that whatever you're doing is not major, but it's major for somebody else. So continue doing that, and continue believing in what you are believing in creating that change. And as I said, we wouldn't be here today if Nkambi had sat back with all the negativity that she got about having her foundation and doing advocacy training and everything else. So tomorrow, somebody else. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I'm sitting in the. Is this the 5th conference? I want to sponsor food.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about lotteries.
Like corporate sponsorship.
To say this woman she's doing a great job, or this one she's doing a great job. So it's something that I'm talking about. It can be. It can be. And I think two things from my side is, yes, I want to agree that we always let more women have a taste of a cake or of a pudding, but we don't follow through to make sure that they come to a point where they are comfortable to be able to run without the problem. We have to do that. So it's important that we need to help women gain power. And I think my last party choice is, can we be like elephants? And see how elephants protect their own territory and how they make sure that they become the best 2 or 5 animals in the world. Thank you.
Have you done your 1 minute?
Okay, for me, it's knowing your environment, knowing where you are, your community, and what is there, and celebrating that and enhancing that, and also making sure that you understand who is for you or who understands your vision, and try to make that pool of people as big as you can. Go to conferences like this and try and make that pool as big as you can so that your voice can grow even harder and get to places like Zambia. Because now the pool is bigger. So keeping with the dream of elaborating every woman who's involved in sports and doing that by growing your pool and growing people that understand your vision, and just taking it from there.
Our former soccer player who's still engaged in football.
For the last word for me is, let's remember that it's not just about elite sport, because most of the time we focus on elite sport. And when we look at elite sport, out of a community, how many people end up in the national team? Very, very important that we take care of everyone. And by taking care of everyone, sport for social good, sport for health, sport for peace, we don't have to go singing to the parents to bring their children. When they see the behavior change in their children, they will bring their kids to what we're doing, because they will see how their attitudes have changed, how their children are behaving in the homes. The values that sport brings on board are just too many to mention. And if we do our work right, we add value to the sports activities that we're doing, then definitely the parents will bring those children. And we have a lot more to benefit than that one athlete from the community that gets into the national team. If we change the culture in the community, I think we'll have done a great job. If we then get an athlete to make it to the national team, it's fine. If we change values, if we build characters in children, characters in the community that can stand up for themselves, I think that's what we should be thinking about.
Thank you very much. Concentrating on grassroots, concentrating on development of our sports. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. I think we can do better than that. Thank you very much. From my side, Chairperson, on the 15th of September, I'm having breakfast with business. I want you to be in that meeting because I want you to meet with those business people. We have got a woman there in Limpopo who's the president of the Business Association of South Africa, and under her are 21 businesses.
Oh, yes.
NAFCOC is one of them. So we need to have a conversation with those businesses to come on board and support this kind of initiative. I thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Can we have a group photo? Can we do a group photo? No, we want a
as they
group
just get
picture.
ready for a picture.
Yeah, a group picture.
Speaking about pictures, you see our beautiful banner at the top there. Our camera operator. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, so what's your name?
Valentino Zondi.
Valentino Zondi.
Yes.
Okay, so Valentino Zondi is our camera operator. He said he'll take pictures, nice, professional, beautiful pictures with his cameraman. So you guys can go maybe if you want to with your friends and you come to the conference, bring in some other ladies, make a nice, beautiful group shot. Up at the banner. We're going to take a tea and coffee break now. And then after that, we're going to hear from Katongo, who is the No Sport chairperson. She has a whole lot of other titles, but making a huge significant impact because, as Manira says, we need to be judged by our impact rather than our titles. So we're going to be hearing from her, and then we're going to have breakaway groups after tea and coffee. So please go enjoy your tea and coffee, and don't forget about taking your photos.
Thank you.
After we have. Thank you very much.
Mama,
get back into what we're doing here? Should we all become one again? Shall we? Okay, so I say SAWASF, you say? Women. I say SAWASF, you say? Women. So who won all the Olympic medals at the last Olympic Games for South Africa? Women. Yes, please. What is the answer? Women. There we go. Okay, so our next speaker, we've heard from her already. She's part of the panel. Well, yeah. She is the, okay, how do we say it correctly? From Zambia. Well, yeah. Okay, well, yeah. Thank you very much. So Katonga is the NOSPA chairperson. She also is a Mandela Washington Fellow, and she has done a lot of research when it comes to women's football, African footballers at international competitions, and really, if we are to build on knowledge bases, it starts in academia. A large part of what we do starts in academia. It helps us to campaign and advocate for different things. Naz, okay, Naz is just reminding me that our camera is there, so I mustn't do too much walking. As much as I love walking around and being quite active, I will stay in my lane and stay by my podium. So please, can we give Katonga a very big round of applause as she speaks about effective and powerful leadership.
Good morning again. I hope you don't get tired of my face.
Never.
I won't be too long. I was just sharing with our MC that, the beauty about post-COVID conferences is actually the interactions that we look forward to, the in-person interactions, because I think there's a lot of value in those. And most of the time when we go to these conferences, we don't really remember the presentations, but we remember the personal interactions that we had with people. And I think I will not take too much time so that we'll quickly break into those sessions and we begin to interact and provoke situations that make people speak, tell us about their lived experiences. And I think we've got a lot to learn from such interactions. So before I go into my presentation, I'm a teacher by profession, I must mention. I've got a teaching background, and as teachers, we always like to put everything into perspective. And if you don't remember anything from this presentation, at least you remember a story I told you in this presentation, and hopefully it will remind you what my presentation was about. So,
it's fine. Can you do it from this?
So, as I was saying, that being a teacher, you want your students to remember what you taught them, and you always attach a situation to what you were talking about. So, a story is told of a man who got a job in an elephant camp. So this man is on his first day of job, and he's walking around the elephant camp. Yeah, and as a teacher, you walk around when you speak, so I must remember to stick to one place.
I have the same problem.
Yeah. So the man is walking around in the elephant camp, and he sees these elephants, huge elephants that are tied on one leg by a small chain to a fence. And the elephants are there the whole day, and when it's time for feeding, the man that takes care of the elephants walks around and locks the elephants so that they could go and get their food in a nearby bush. The elephants walk out, they get their food, they walk back, and they're tied back again. So the man is really amazed because they're tied by a very small chain, and this is like a huge elephant. And so he asks, so why do they wait for you to untie them to go and feed? They could easily just break free and go. So the man explains to the newcomer that it's because when the elephants come to the camp, they come very young, very small, And this chain works to restrict them so that they do not move and go where they're not supposed to go. The elephants grow up and do not realize that they're actually big enough to break the chain. If they wanted to be free, they could just simply break free and go away. So they grow up with the perspective, with the mind, with the notion that the chain is a barrier that holds them back, when actually it's not a barrier at all. They have it in their mind that the chain is a barrier when it's not a barrier. Can you imagine how enslaving that is? Yeah. So here's a huge elephant. This used to work when they were much smaller, when they didn't have the strength that they had. But it's still keeping them chained to a fence, and they wait for instructions to do what they're supposed to do. So if it's the only thing that you remember from my presentation, we're not at the same place anymore. We've heard so many conversations on these gender issues, gender parity, gender equity, equality, and so on and so forth. We must move. It's all in our minds. A lot of things won't change overnight because I was explaining again to the MC here, I'm a professional woman. When I get home, what happens? Switch, I'm a mother. I need to make sure that the kids have food. I need to make sure that they are ready for school tomorrow. I need to make sure that my husband is taken care of. I need to take care of a lot of other things. But what happens for those of us who are in academia, H index, there's nothing like your mother and H index. There's nothing like women should be cited so many times and men should be cited so many times. Despite all the other cultural barriers that are there, I think we must break that chain and move out of that space. Yeah. Because not everything will change overnight, but it's in the mind and we must take up our spaces. Let's have belief in ourselves and let's know that this has got to be done by nobody else but ourselves. All right, thank you so much. Please remember that story. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, so I think I'll also be using my PowerPoint here because it'll be very difficult for me to be looking at all the time that you can go to the next. No, the previous one. I think the question, yes. Yeah. So there's a question before us. And it reads, effective and powerful women leaders, who are they? I would like you to look around. Look around the room. These are the effective and powerful women leaders. We are the ones. We are the effective and powerful women leaders. What do we do? What we do is the work that we're doing already. I'm not going to bring anything that is foreign to what we're already doing, but sometimes we need fora like this one to remind ourselves of things that we should be doing that maybe we are not doing how we should be doing. So there's many ways to skin a cat, or there's many ways to kill a rat. But if the first way we tried didn't work, we can try another way. We have the same objective. Objectives have not changed, but maybe the way we've been going about it has not been the right way to go about it. Maybe we needed to engage with others to learn from them to do things better, or maybe we needed better preparation. We needed to be built. We needed capacity to be built in us for us to be able to do things better. And such a conference like this one, for me, is one of those places where we get this information to sort of shift the way we've been doing things and do things in a way that helps us to grow and be more, bring more impact or be more impactful in what we're doing. So, as effective and powerful leaders, we can't stay the same, meaning we have to change the way we do things. We can't stay with the same forceful, patriarchal styles of leadership. We have to work to shift behaviors, practices, and policies. And when you talk about shifting behaviors, practices, and policies, we mentioned that it's not about numbers, it's not just about women, it's not about just getting women in there, it's about getting women in there who will do something, who will make the change, who will go with the knowledge that they need to make the change. And if we realize that they are there and they are not making the change that they need, we have to be intentional. We have to build capacity in them. We have to have strategies like the CEO was saying here. How do we have strategies in place that change the rhetoric? How do we have strategies in place that empower women that are put in those positions to make a change for us? We know our situations better than anybody else. So we are the right people to speak for the situations that we're going through. And we can only speak if we're well informed, if we have the capacity to speak confidently, to speak from an informed perspective. We should be well informed to say, no, it's not like this because there's research backing this, there's information. We have heard from the voices on the ground. This is what the women, this is what the girls on the ground are saying, because we can only represent we are not representing ourselves when we're in those positions, but we're representing the voices of the people that we're supposed to be speaking on behalf of. So I deliberately put in these two athletes. Some of you may be familiar with the one in green. Anybody know who she is?
Barbara Banda.
Barbara Banda. Sorry, as a teacher again, interactive. Would you want to say something about Barbara Banda? Yes, please.
Barbara is quite a well-known footballer who plays also for Shanghai team. And she's one of the, which is kind of, I think in Africa is looked at as one of the best footballers we have. And Africa has.
He scored the first hat-trick at the Olympics.
Yes. Anything else that happened recently?
Yes.
Because of the issue with her being required to take something to reduce testosterone level, and it's a big case because now she is allowed to participate in the upcoming COSAPA Women's Championship, but they say that she needs to take some medication to increase the hormone.
Okay. So, what's our position as women? I know this probably when we break down, when we go to the breakaway sessions, these are some of the conversations we will be having and what our views are on this and what we feel should be the right thing to do or what we feel should be the wrong thing to do. We'll leave it here for now. The other athletes we have here is a lady called Sherry Muchindu. Muchindu is her second name? Yes. So she's a strong woman Zambia. She's our top strong woman Zambia. She's third strong woman Africa, and I think 10th in the world. And I thought of just sharing these two athletes here is that as effective leaders, I think we've got a lot of lessons to draw from them and their lifestyles as athletes, on the challenges that they face in the sports courts they are in, for example, the barriers that they face and how they overcome these situations. So I think it's very important for us to be able to take a leaf from such leadership. So one thing, I'll raise a few points and I'll speak to them. And of course, we can have maybe a 5 minutes, I don't know if I'll be allowed a 5 minutes question and answer session and the points that I raise about effective leadership. Yeah. So point number one for me is being collective as effective leaders. Be with others, lead with others, cooperate with the team on what direction you must take. Previously, in the previous discussion, we were talking about sharing the vision. If you're going to be an effective leader in your organization, you must have a buy-in with the people that you're working with. If you go alone, certainly you won't go far. But we should know that all the time it's not a one-man show. There should be a shared ownership. Because if I'm not there and I've shared the vision, the organization is owned by everybody that's in the organization. They're able to carry on this vision, and the organization doesn't cease to be just because this one leader is not there anymore. I think it's very important that we are intentionally collective in our leadership, in the organizations that we represent. Number two, it's important that we keep learning. We keep learning, we should be open to new ideas. We consider that doing this, we can consider that we can be doing the same thing, but this same thing can be done by different people, or we can use different tools. So we know what we want to achieve. But if there's a better way of doing the same thing that we want to achieve, we should be open to learning. I told you I'm a teacher myself, and I teach a lot of physical education teachers that have been teaching for years, more than I've been teaching. These are some of my, we call them pre-service teachers, so they've done their diploma and they come back to do their degree at the university. And I have so much to learn from them. So my first few lectures actually will be asking their experiences in the field. Because I might think I know it all because theoretically I have all this information, but they told me, no, madam, that's not what happens in the schools that we're at. Actually, our challenges are not those, our challenges are these. So if I'm not able to be open to learning new things, I'll stick to my old notes, I'll stick to what I think the books say, but it doesn't work for them, you know? Many times, we have been given what do they call them? Toolkits on how to do this. Okay, this is a toolkit by UNICEF and so on and so forth. But the people who sat down to prepare that toolkit have no idea the issues that we're having in Kalingalinga, Lusaka, Zambia. So how does somebody sit to prepare a toolkit for me to use that does not take into account the issues that we have? You know? COVID times, okay, we use online learning, and half the students don't have access to internet. And I share the link, and a student just calls me on the phone, says, madam, for me, it's not even access to the internet. I don't have a a smartphone. So how do I? So you're thinking, okay, so maybe this is not the solution for my situation. So we get in touch with what is happening on the ground and provide solutions to what is really happening on the ground. But this should be a process that allows for learning. Stickiness, persistence, this is very common. I think we are very, as women, when we insist, and I think it's an important trait, and it's a very good trait, because it's important that we stay with the issues. Let's not be taken away from the issues, but let's be focused on the outcome. They say persistence overcomes resistance. If we persist, or more persistence, if we're more persistent, we will definitely get there. We will overcome the resistance one day. And we must remember that actually persistence is the vehicle to our destination, because barriers will always be there. There will always be somebody blocking us, finding new mechanisms. I like the example that our boxer leader gave today, where women are put on the spot to make a mistake. And that's true. Sometimes it's just to put you on the spot so that, we gave them a chance and now they can't perform. Why do you keep insisting? But if we're prepared before we go there, we give them no chance to use that against us. So persistence overcomes resistance, and it should be the tool that we use to our final destination. Otherwise, we will never arrive if we're not persistent. We must be future-oriented. We must address the needs of today, of course, But we must also be ready for the future. We must prepare ourselves for the future. We must anticipate the challenges that might come our way. We visualize every step of the process. Very important. We predict possible obstacles that we might change. And if this obstacle comes, how do we envision success in such a situation? We can't claim because we've had so many wins, because we have so many women on boards, then all is we're home and dry. No. We must be future. There will always be somebody looking for another way to make it difficult for us. There will always be a gentle or a nice, subtle way of making it a challenge. But we must anticipate these challenges and prepare ourselves for those challenges. Very, very important. And ultimately envision success, because we are going to be successful. We have to be successful. We don't have an option. My next point is agility. We must be flexible, be responsive to opportunities. We talked of Bafana, what do you call it? Banyana. Banyana. We have the Banyana who did extremely well. How do we embrace that opportunity to make our voice heard? We must be ready for when opportunity comes, we jump on it and we push our agenda using an existing opportunity. If people are excited about funding in sport for women because Banyana have done glory to the country, let's ensure that funding for grassroots sports is enhanced. Because you tell them, and if we have proper representation like the CEO said, look, they only went up there because they started from somewhere. So what are we doing about the foundation? What are we doing about grassroots sport? What are we doing about community sports? How do we have continuity? They will retire, you know. This is not the team that's going to play for the next 5-6 years. Sporting career is very limited. You are at your optimum for a very short period of time. I mean, these are biological issues. What happens if half the team at the next competition, the Banyana team, are pregnant, for example? But we are women. So these are issues that we must think about and we must consider. So they must be continuity and continue to only happen if the community sports is enhanced. And what do we do when there's funding for community sport? We talk about all these issues that we say, not only for elite sport, but for social change, but for peace, but for combating juvenile delinquency, for example, in communities. I know crime is an issue in South Africa. If we have more young people involved in community sports, if we have a lot of community centers, what does that do? A lot of young people are kept over illicit activities, of drugs, of things that they shouldn't be doing. When they are exhausted from their football, basketball, netball, what do? They go home to have their meals and sleep. There's no time for vandalism and no time for doing all these other illicit activities. That's because sport has been brought to the communities. When sport is only at posh places, when you look at yourself and you see, I can't connect even with the way they dress. I don't want to go there because I don't have the right trainers. Everybody's in Nikes. My trainers are not labeled. But if you bring it to their communities, what does it do? It encourages participation. You bring it to them. And ultimately, we can have talent identification programs in those communities. And we have talents being identified and they end up to be the elite sportsmen and women that we want to see, the medals that we're always crying about. And we know our agenda is more than medals. There's so much more that sport can do. I promise not to take too long, sorry. Next point is be careful, be careful, meet needs of the team, take care of yourself and others. As women, we are multitaskers, I know, but it's important for us to be effective, we need to take care of our needs. It's extremely important. Many times we forget about our own needs because naturally, you have a little money and you're thinking, what am I getting for my daughter? What am I getting for my son or my brother or my sister? It comes natural to think about others before we think about ourselves. It's very important that we think about ourselves also. Because good that you put in is good that comes out of you. So you must take care of yourself. It's okay to be selfish at times and take care of your needs as an individual. It's extremely important. There are a lot of advantages that have come out of COVID. I mean, we are able to do a lot of things, but it's okay sometimes not to attend the meeting. We had a conversation yesterday. You know, with the different time zones, you find that in another country it would be 03, and you're being asked to attend. It's 03 in your country, and you're being attended. Our 24 hours has suddenly become 48 or more, because I'm out of work at 5, and there's a meeting starting at 6, and in another region there's another meeting starting at 8. We can break down. We're only human. Do what you can, when you can. Take care of yourself. It's extremely important. If we're going to be effective, we must remember that. Stop. If you are required to stop and take care of yourself, it's okay to stop. And that goes for the team also that you're leading. Let's not overwhelm the team that we're leading, because we seem to be effective leaders if we're always pushing and pushing and pushing and not taking care of the team. We must make everyone feel valued, appreciated, supported by our work culture, what we do, and it's extremely important that we stop and take care of ourselves. I'm wrapping up now. In a nutshell, I would say this. I would say it's important that we share the vision. It's important that we demonstrate integrity also in our organization, because I think integrity is something that really creates a culture in an organization, and something that sometimes we separate ourselves as individuals from the organizations that we lead. But it's important that the way we do things as individuals adds value to the organization. Our own leadership style, the way we are able to change, to communicate with those that we work, the way we carry ourselves in these organizations, I think it's also important. And I think it contributes to the effectiveness of our leadership. And it also builds confidence in those that we lead. I mean, we need to communicate effectively, but also tactfully. It's very important that we might be driving an important point across, but we should be aware of the people that we're dealing with. We always add a human face to our leadership. There are situations where we should stop being mechanical and add a human face to every situation and say, okay, when I make this decision, will it give me a good night's sleep? Will I be okay with having made this decision? So tactful in the way we communicate, the way we solicit for ideas from those that we lead, I think it's extremely important. Make the hard decisions. We make the hard decisions, but we must follow them through also. And make the hard decisions, follow through the hard decision, and sometimes we need to make the hard decisions for things to happen. I don't believe in any one leadership style being the best, but a combination of leadership styles, given the situation and scenario, is important. There are times when we need to make the hard decisions, and there are times when we need to be flexible and take into consideration the situation that's around us. Lead by example, I think I've spoken to that already. Recognize success. Let's appreciate those that we work with. Always praise them. Even just a well done makes a difference. It's nice to hear your supervisor tell you that was a brilliant job. We did well. It's not all the time that we can give a bonus. It's not all the time that, but last week we had a retreat for NAUSPA, the staff at NAUSPA, and they loved it. It's nice if you can afford it, take them to a hotel, to just a nice place, have a good time, let them feel appreciated, talk to them as a teammate. I think that helps to build a good culture in an organization. Empower others. We grow too big and nothing grows underneath us. What's the point? always motivate, always mentor, always tag somebody along. Extremely important. Motivate and inspire. I think that's too many points for today. I will end here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Katonga, thank you so much. Let me just make sure this is. Can we please give Katonga another round of applause? I'm going to swap places with you so that our team can see us on the live stream. And to all of those that have been joining us, thank you very much. Just a reminder of our hashtags SAWASF 2022, as well as gender equality. What I loved about Katonga, and this was one of the first things that she said even while she was in the panel discussion, is be flexible. Make use of the opportunities as they present themselves. I think we lost a little bit of an opportunity as women in sport. So our president, when Banyana Banyana came back, immediately our Department of Sport gave Banyana Banyana, upon their arrival at Ora Tambo, gave them 5.3 million rand. A couple of days later, Banyana Banyana went to Union Buildings to go and present the trophy to our #1 citizen, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. At that presentation, he gave a speech and he said, I commit to making sure that women are paid equally to men. At that point, we all should have jumped up and said, hashtag when's it happening? Hashtag when's women policy coming out? Hashtag women equity now. Now, a couple of days after that, national government's department. So, but the point is that SAWASF does what it can, and all of the other women need to support that one call, because we need to make hay while the sun shines, while the opportunity presents itself. And that is what real support is about, because a policy like that will cut across borders. Us looking at Banyana Banyana finally getting rewarded for the fantastic work that they do, we mustn't allow ourselves to slip into, oh, well, it's late now, and why is it only coming now? Because it's easy to slip into that trap. Oh, great. Thank you very much. I've just got a Toyota Corolla. Might be an upgrade from my Honda. I'm joking. But somebody's key was left in the bathroom. So if you are missing your car key, please come to, I'm going to give it to Andre. It's going to be in Andre's safekeeping. And if you can please come and get your car key from Andre, it's left in the women's bathroom. So following that call from our president, Banyana Banyana's reward went up from 5.3 million to 15 million rand.
It was 5.8. Initially it was 5.8 from the department.
Yeah, 5.8, and then it went up all the way to 15 million. So now that when I phone from media and say to the Department of Sport, well, we hear that the president has made a commitment. How far are we in this? And when are we actually going to see some policy that is presented to government? They say it is in the pipeline, it's being worked at, and then it's our responsibility to say, we know that there's something in the pipeline, let us put pressure to find out how long it's going to take and when it's actually going to be put before Parliament and then be implemented, so that we have something to refer back to. Because the success in the United States, everybody or most people will tell you it comes back to Title IX. Title IX, government policy, and then the pressure and the implementation of the policy. Okay, so we are now going to, with all these wonderful ideas that have all come to mind for each and every single one of us, we're now going to discuss it in our groups. And this is our Oprah moment. On your badges, just take off your badges. No car keys under your seats, unfortunately. Sorry about that. But on your badges, if you take them off, you will see a little sticker. It's either gold, purple, blue, or green. That is what breakaway session you are in. Our breakaway leaders, and what we're going to be discussing in our first breakaway group, is what Katongo just spoke about. Effective and powerful leadership that is required to find and implement real solutions for women in sport. Naz, if you don't mind, I'm going to just walk to to the people that are going to be leading the breakaway groups, because I've got a piece of paper that they are going to be following the discussion on. And you guys are going to be discussing these points. So the gold group, your team leader is Dr. Hayoshi Mitra. She is the CEO of the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sports. Dr., do you mind just giving us a wave? So this is the gold group. Dr. Mitra is your team leader. The other team leader is also Dr. Nonhlanhla Mbuzi. She is leading the purple group. She's got a PhD in exercise science, so research on the African women at regional and continental tournaments. Katongo, who we've just heard quite a lot from, we've seen her twice already, once in our panel and giving a keynote address. She's the leader of the green team. So you guys will follow Katongo if you have got a green sticker on your badge. And then Maria Ledwaba, who moderated our first panel, she's going to be the leader of the blue breakaway group. Hey, so you guys have all got your stickers? Does anyone not have a sticker and doesn't know what breakaway group they're going to be going to? No? No. Okay, so we will sort that out. I think if you just...
No, the ones who don't have mostly the stickers so they can rotate.
Okay, well, there's some up there that don't. Who doesn't have stickers? Guys, put your hand up high.
Okay, okay. Those who don't have stickers, stay here and then we'll tell you where to go.
Just one housekeeping rule. We ran a little bit over, so we're going to try and make up time. We are going to go to lunch at quarter past 1. We're going to have 45 minutes for lunch. The request from our photographer, Valentino, is to please go to the banner and take pictures before lunch. So when you come from your breakaway groups, go get your picture done, then go for lunch, and then we'll be back at 2 p.m. sharp so that we can get back on track with our program. Okay, thank you very much. If our team leaders can maybe just come down here, and then you guys can just get your groups to go into your synchro sessions. back to day one of the South African Women in Sports Foundation National Advocacy Conference. To those that have been following us on social media, on YouTube and the Facebook page for SAWASF, welcome back. Thank you very much. We've had some very good discussions here in Pretoria at the Future Africa Conference. We just had some breakaway groups. We are going to be coming with the feedback so that you guys at home are not left. What was really interesting is we were discussing the different questions around effective and powerful leadership. It was quite interesting to hear from the different groups and to hear some of the things that came out. Group 2 was saying, you know, there's a system that doesn't suit the empowerment and strong women when it comes to sports. Why don't we create our own system? That was feedback in the one, and something that they were discussing for a short period of time when I was there. One of the other groups was speaking about some of the leaders, all of you guys spoke about leaders, but specifically leaders that have assisted them in their own journey. And ladies speaking about how they were assisted by men that helped to guide and mentor them, and that was so integral in their own journey, in giving them self-belief. So I think now, as we get feedback from each of the sessions, the hard work is really going to start. What is going to be our positions on different things where we have different trains of thoughts about one issue and how we actually tackle that and come up with a solution to implement, because that is what our whole conference is about, is coming up with workable solutions that we can actually implement and we can get the kind of results that we would like. So I'm going to ask group 1, Dr. Mitra's group. This is the gold group. If they can please come up. Each of the groups are going to get 10 minutes. And we are going to try and be quite disciplined with our time. They're going to get 10 minutes to go through their feedback, what came out of their groups, and then thereafter, we are going to do the resolutions from the breakaway. And that's where I say the hard work is actually going to be done, because then we've got to come up with something where we democratically agree on perhaps how to deal with a certain issue. So each of the people that were recorders in your group, in each of the 4 groups, there's a request that you please email your feedback from your group to Dr. Ndani. So recorders, can you please just take out your pens and paper? I want to give you the email address. So it's I for igloo, M for mother, U for uniform, L for Lima, A for Alpha, U for uniform, D for Delta, Z for Zulu, and I for igloo. So it's iimulauzi@gmail.com. So that's for our recorders. Your feedback from the groups, please send it to Dr. Rendani so that SAWASF has actual record of it beyond our video recording that we're doing. So on that note, group 1, if your recorder can come up, that's Dr. Mitra's group, to give your feedback to the group, and you'll have 10 minutes to do that.
Can we see what she's coming? Because we are very good at singing. We have just made our life. Yeah. Yes. That's a great speaker. Where are the young girls? Is that a song for us? Okay.
Should we do a song?
Both of us, the 2 of us.
Guys, do me a favor. This is the receiver, so hold the mic.
Okay. Was this one?
Yes. Yeah, can you sing a song with us? Yeah, anyone?
I would have prompted it. If I knew how to sing, I would have done it.
That's it. Okay, let's go on.
It's a first page of this education. Okay, I'll do it again. It's 20 minutes.
Yeah, for the next session.
Group 1, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Honorina Tsai. I'm with Cleopatra. With us, I would like to believe we somehow changed questions. So we will follow what our leader directed us, if I may say.
So the first question was, what were some of the takeaways from the conversation earlier on with the panelists? And also, what do we think was probably that we didn't hear and that we would have loved to hear? So the first one was being brave as a leader. And to just maybe dissect it a bit is that as a leader, you go through so many things. You know, you go through challenges, and the people who are following you always expect you to be strong. So being brave you need to be brave in each and every single situation, especially as a leader, because you have people who are looking up to you, you have people who you have to account to, and also you face challenges. So it's not like leadership is a walk in a path, in Ibiza, and everything is nice, but we know that you go through challenges. So being brave was one of them, because also leading people on its own, it comes with its own challenges and things that you have to take up the positions and space and things like that.
And the other one will be that women need to support each other. One of the things that we actually learned from our panelists today was that as women, we hardly support each other, or we have a way of actually sabotaging each other. So basically, we need to be there for each other. One of the things that we raised was when we see a woman being maybe a COO or CFO, we start asking if did they sleep with somebody to get that position, other than us thinking she's really capable of actually having that, obtaining that position.
So I'll just maybe just add on to that. It adds on to say that we need to elect competent and capable leaders. We should not elect people because of favoritism or because we know or we like them, but let's elect people in positions who we know that they can lead, they can deliver, and they're competent to do so. And also, we need to make sure that we do support people even from grassroots level, so that when a person gets to a certain position, that they are able to change things, they're capacitated to do so, not just elected because and you know. And another one was that we need, us as women leaders, we need to lead with our own style. We need to be authentic. Because what happens in most cases is that you get into positions and you try to be like men, you try to fit into their leadership roles, how they define. That's why you should be, you must be stern, you must be firm, and at times you forget to be kind. So as women, we need to do our own leadership style. We need to be authentic in our leadership style.
We also touched on the system, on how the system is designed. And the system is designed somehow to actually keep women out, instead of actually where it absorbed them. And so that is one of the things that we actually touched on. And also we have indicated that year in, year out, we discuss problems, and yet we don't go and implement. I think it also speaks to what we said earlier, to say there is all the documentation that we need, but the problem is there's never an implementation.
Okay, another one that we touched on was the belief in gender equality, and also how we can help women, but also in the topic while we helping women, we need to bring men in the conversation. So what's happening globally is that we know we're trying to encourage women, trying to make sure that we take up more space, but now we are creating the space where we don't know how, like what men are thinking, and also how they can support us. So one of the examples that I was giving was take a girl child to work, you know. One of the things is that we try to make sure that women can be independent. You know, they can take up space and things like that. But then how do we teach a man or a young boy to say, this is how you can be an independent woman? Because we know in society is a problem when you're independent, because you're seen as arrogant, you see that you know your behavior somehow, because now you're on the same status quo as a man. So that was one of the things that came out. And also was that when women take up space, we always question their accountability. But we've never done that with any men, to say, are they accountable? Are they delivering on what they need to do? But once a woman takes up that position,
we are quick to judge our society, even us as ladies, to say, no, Matambi, are we sure that she can deliver? But we've never asked that to me. So it was one of the things that came out.
Another thing was taking small steps. We have vision, we have goals, but instead we want to do everything all at once, and that's how we keep on failing, or we keep on not achieving what we need to achieve. But if we spoke about, if you take the small steps, then at the end of the day you are able to measure your performance. You can see where you are lacking, but if you end up having the vision but not just taking everything all at once, you might not achieve what you need to achieve.
Another thing that came out from our session was that how do we as a group, as everybody who's in here, how do we take what we learn from these sessions to our smaller communities where information does not get dissected, or they don't have access, challenges to access to internet, you from rural or Zanin or whatever cases. How do we make sure that we do outreach to these communities so that the very same information that we get from this session can also get passed on to them? Because I think all of us here, if we are to leave after tomorrow and say, you know what, I'm going to mandate myself in the next 3 months, I need to have at least challenged one community about things that I've learned from here. We can change so many other people, and also giving out information so that when people also know about these things, about these programs, and how they can get capacitated, and the processes and procedures that are also there to assist people.
We also spoke about the values of sport, because as much as there are things that we need to actually achieve, or we talk about women not being in certain position, we need to understand what value does sport bring into my life, maybe as an individual, or when it comes to children, what value does it bring back? It's like, what does sport give you? When we were discussing is that, you know that as a sport person, just being disciplined is enough for you. If you start playing sport and you are disciplined, the more chances that you are going to achieve a lot of things in life. And that's what the value that sport brings to us.
Another one that we discussed was masculinity within our sporting codes. Whether you're a boxer, whether you play netball, whether you play rugby, at most points, some people say that they don't even feel safe because the issue that they want to raise, maybe in the sporting community, your coach is a man. How do you discuss women issues with a man? And also that because, for example, sporting codes like your basketball, your boxing, have always been like main sports. When you go and raise issues, the system was never made to fit into like women challenges. So masculinity was one of the things that was raised, and also judging of women differently in programs. So yeah, I'm not sure if I left anything out. Doctor, your last sentence.
I can't believe your last one.
I think somebody mentioned that both men and women in organizations put others down. So it was interesting to me that people also mentioned men. So because we were taking a lot of blame as women since morning. And I felt that the fact that it was mentioned that even men put others down, not only women, men may put other men down as well. So I think that point somebody made, and I wrote it down because I found it interesting that for the first time I felt that women are not only at the receiving end.
Okay. So thank you everyone. That's it from our group. Thank you.
You guys have set the bar high for everyone else because you did that in T-minus 8 minutes. So well done. Thank you very much. The next group, if they can please go up, is Dr. Nonkampa Mkumbuzi's group. This was the purple group, group 2. The report, if they can please go down and present what you guys discussed. There was a rallying call as they concluded to create their own system. And it was very, very powerful. I think there was some really nice discussions across all of the groups, but certainly when I was in there, that was one of the things that came out. Just a reminder to all the reporters to please send their feedback to Dr. Malalsi.
Please hold the mics. Sister Lucy, which will just
Here.
Thank you, ladies. Yeah, I was nervous, but after that song, I feel much better. Hey, icebreaker. Okay, ladies, I'm from the purple team, team 2. My name is Dumiso Mabaso. I'm from Fight With Insight. I'm a youth council member, and I used to be a boxer there as well. Currently, I am venturing into coding, software engineering, and web development. So I'm hoping that once I graduate, I utilize my skills here. And then we have
Tshegofatso Mabena from Team T, Tshwane University of Technology. I play Super.
So for the purple team, please let me know after the presentation if I've missed anything, so that we make sure that we have highlighted all that we have discussed. So out of that presentation, we had a lot of self-reflection and a lot of testimonies given regarding spaces, the sports spaces that we are in, that are male-dominated, and our experiences and what we went through. So, of course, we reflected on the previous presentations, speaking about self-care and how important it is to take care of oneself, to look after yourself, because there's things like burnout, what you call this, the pressure to reach a certain goal, and you can't reach it because you haven't taken enough rest. You don't have that enough energy to keep on pushing. So that was one of them. Collaboration, in other words, actually working with others, networking, and being able to share opportunities instead of gatekeeping, and what you call this, being able to be exposed and sharing resources that we have in order to actually make each other's dreams come true. We also reflected on motivation and inspiration, which is of great importance because not only are we motivating others, but we need to also motivate ourselves to gain that confidence to move forward. We also reflected on eligibility and to seize opportunities, because opportunities are provided, but we go back to that motivation and inspiration, which we lack that in order for us to grab those opportunities. And now we started talking about, we're asking questions, and now we started to dig deeper as to what it is that we're struggling with. And one of the questions was, what are the challenges that we face in our work environment, in that place that we are in? And first off was that you can't be what you can't see. So we're not given a chance to actually say, okay, Usmanani wants to be a soccer player, but why do they want to be a soccer player? How will they do that? So they have to be exposed. They have to be given a chance and the opportunity to actually go there and see how it's done. So in a way, to give them a chance to job shadowing, in a way, to give them a chance to learn, so that they can be what they actually see. And then we talked about, we brought up an issue that the system is actually conspiring to bring us down. So there's no space for us there. there is no, opportunities. People who motivate you and tell you, take up space, but does the system allow it? Does the system allow us to come in and take up the space that we need? Are we allowed to voice our concerns and bring change? Also, the issues that were mentioned was that the system is not easy to use. So we cannot utilize the resources that are in the system because we're not permitted to do so. Then we mentioned also that there are comparisons to men. For example, out of my experience as a boxer, I have been compared to male boxers. The way I punch, the way I stand, the way I look at the ring it doesn't fit the boxing image. And therefore, women are not included in that, this category. Also, the suggestions that women should be involved in offices, but even though they're involved in offices, they aren't given a chance to actually act. So we started talking about the exposure of women. What do we do? Do we know these women? Do we know these ladies who are actually trying to make a change? And names were mentioned. Guys, please correct me. If I'm gonna pronounce them wrong, please correct me. So Lydia was one of them. Jennifer Martin was one of them. And Cecilia, yes. Thank you, guys. These ladies were mentioned about the change that they bring, but they're not recognized enough. And majority of us in that room were not aware who these ladies are. So the exposure is not enough for these ladies to actually use to motivate us and inspire us to say, hey, if I'm doing it, so can you, right? So we also asked other questions. Do we know about these women? So I mentioned we do not see them enough. Women are being silenced. They are being contained in silos. They work in the background, in the silence. And if ever they're promoted, it's just the face, just to make the media look great, just to make the organization or project or whatever to look great. And it's not like they are representing what we are looking for. Now, how do we manage the system? These are the questions we asked. These are the questions that we asked. How do we manage the system? Then we spoke about it and say, why can't we create our own space? If we cannot infiltrate that system, if these spaces we cannot even reach, what is the point of us going into that system that doesn't want us, that doesn't even value or want to bring change the way we want? So rather, we create our own space that will be bright enough for them not to even know. That space is of great importance that we will be providing opportunities to others that we have been crying for and resources as well. So if we can't beat the system, we don't have to join it. Let's create our own change. We also brought up introducing sports with values. We realized that values are of great importance because they build a person. So when you introduce the sports in certain communities or in certain fields, don't just introduce the sports and leave it at that. Bring in values. Let them also contribute to those values so that they are able to build on that foundation and they can keep it moving. Instead of men, being coaches, because those ones are that men are the ones who actually come to those communities and implement those programs that we are crying about. Let us, as women, actually implement those programs. Let us draft them, let us plan them, and let us implement them instead of men. Because, of course, they have good intentions, and we're not shutting them out. But rather, we want to make sure that we empathically engage with these young women, with these young girls, so that they are able to understand that this is not just a program, but a building nations. Okay, sorry guys. Women need to be dictators, not in the sense that you want to oppress somebody, but in the sense that you can lead them. In the sense that you know very well, if I speak, I am heard. So that these other ones can be motivated to be able to speak, to be able to lead. Because a leader doesn't only show up and back orders, but a leader sets an example by doing and showing what it needs to be done. Purposing is let me know if I missed any before I continue. We're good. Thank you. Then we have to try to find ways to empower ourselves because we're lacking in empowerment in a sense. We talk, but there's no action. We speak, but we feel that it just ends here in the conference room. So we need that. To do research is very important based on what we want to implement, and to share that information and not keep it for ourselves. And then talking about resources. We have seen, on my side, I have seen a lot of motivators coming in and saying, I've achieved this, I've achieved that. But they're not telling us how they did it, what steps they took, what books they read. Those resources are essential. For them, it might not be much, but it might be very important to the other person. Women are not given opportunities, but if we are given opportunities, in a sense, it's only for a temporary cause. And it's really painful because now if you look at it, when they go to represent, they're not given a voice. Like Umam Tambi, for example, she has been fighting and fighting and fighting for each and every one of us to be here, to be able to speak and let our voices be heard. Then we're going to jump into another point. Okay, then we ask another question. How do we strike the balance between needs with the greater good? To be able to put food on the table and and still provide greater opportunities for others. And issues that were raised were like, men are using women as sex tools. In other words, if I'm able to get money and you can't, well, that's on you. I mean, I'm going to grab this opportunity because I need to provide for my family. And men are taking advantage of that. So there was one issue that was raised. Oh, sorry guys. So we have women in certain positions, but they don't have the final say. They're not part of the decision making. So that's what you call is one of the issues that was raised as well. We need to go back, and these are some of the solutions that popped up, that we need to review our policies. They look good on paper, but how are we going to implement them realistically? And also to give a chance for women to be part of the decision making, because men have been ruling the world. So now we got to change that. We need to go back to the drawing board and see where we went wrong. But that's going to be hard because where are we going to start looking? How are we going to do that? So we spoke about solutions just to conclude our talk, we spoke about the solutions that we came up with, that we feel that these are realistic and these are reachable, these are tangible. And we talked about using social media as a platform to raise awareness, to be able to put our demands, our goals, achievements forward. Of course, it's not going to be difficult, it's not going to be easy, and it's going to take time, because we know social media runs through cancel culture, but we still have to keep pushing. These are one of the resources that we can use, we can utilize in bringing our ideas and dreams and achievements and other issues that we need to bring up forward. We spoke about So we spoke about breaking societal norms and how some of our cultures and religions tend to be restraining, and therefore we cannot even move forward with our ideas because women are identified as lower than men. So we need to be visible. So we have to promote those who are actually doing something. It's very important to encourage people, to actually let them know that what they're doing is not in the shadows, and what they're doing is still continuing, and what they're doing is of the right path, and therefore we can get a chance to actually support them. We have to lay a foundation. We already have a foundation. Now we just have to add on to it, reinforce it, so that those who come after us will be able to lay bricks on it. We have to take advantage of it, use social media and other platforms such as church, community, platforms that we can use to communicate about sports and other issues related to sports or more. So one of our concluding sayings from one of our ladies was that quotes, doing something over and over again, expecting different results, doesn't make sense. change brings change. So thank you everyone for giving us time and ears.
Thank you very much to the purple group. The second group, and you must remember your colors and your numbers because we're going to have another breakaway group. Group 3 was Katongo's group. Can somebody from there please come up and let's sing for them as we did? Okay. Who led us? Who's choir master? Choir master. Okay. So I'm going to give you this. Come and help us all understand. Riabetswe Dilwane. Please can we give Riabetswe a nice round of applause? Our choir master for our 2022 Advocacy Conference.
Dumelang Haitsu, which can easily be translated to good afternoon, people. Okay. So the song, it means that those who are brave, can they just be in the forefront? And those who are not brave enough, at the back seat. The cowards, it says the cowards at the back, the brave ones in the front, at the forefront. Thank you.
Rebecca, thank you very much. Our brave group 3, take it away with your feedback, please.
Good day, colleagues. I am Eva, I'm from Rustenburg. I'm a teacher by profession. I'm a football coach. I'm a master trainer. Newly appointed yesterday. And I'm good for that. And a mother of 1, 2, 3, and
Hi everybody, I'm Emma Pittsworth. I'm a final year law student at the University of Johannesburg. I also work part-time at the UJ Sport Unit for Psychology, Sports Psychology and Academic Advising. And just for instance, today I'm here with my mom, that's not my sister.
Our group, we were tasked to discuss the 3 questions. The first question was, what is the key message points conveyed by the speaker to us on effective and powerful women leaders? Our group came along the possible solutions. The first solution was mentorship. The second one was prioritizing the collective. The third one was to keep on learning. The fourth one was to don't go alone. And the second question was, can you identify with a women leader that meets the criteria that was discussed by the speaker? So many names were mentioned. The first one, it was from Samatlangu. The second one, Bongim Somi. The third one, Bisani Chauke. The fourth one, Fontaine Warriors. The fifth one, our peers. Yes, but there is the other name that was not mentioned, and it was mentioned by me. My colleagues will mention the name. And the last name was Mam Tami. Mom, can you stand up? Yes. And that is the other name that was mentioned as the best leader. And I feel like sharing with you why this leader was mentioned. The person who mentioned that the leader, she said she was never able to speak in front of the people before she met this leader. She was never able to travel in towns and wherever before she met this leader. She was only able to stand in front of leaders only. But after meeting this leader, after attending the conferences, then that person was able to stand in front of people. And guess who this person is? Yeah. Yes, that's me. And the third question, the speaker mentioned patriarchal and hierarchical styles of leadership in sports. Have we experienced this after today? How will we deal with it? As some points were mentioned by our colleagues. One group member used to play ladies football. The men's teams was bad, but the club would take the women's winning and give it to the men. Can you imagine? And the other point is that maybe we would have had a better chance if there were more women involved in the leadership structures at the time. In conclusion, we came up with a solution for women and sports. Solution number one, we'll have to identify the gaps and commit to positioning yourself to take up in the space. This one also is about me. I will explain one. I said, positioning yourself, you need to just find, if you can just find just a little hole, you will get a hole there. Try to find something, try to fill it. It doesn't matter who is next to you. It doesn't matter who is, you understand me. Just get through it and fill the hole. I was sharing with my colleagues that so many times I volunteered to make selections with the boys, with men. So every provincial game, I call those leadership up there. Then I said, I'll be part of selections, even if I was not appointed. Then I went there. I selected about 4 times for selections without being appointed. So I put myself in that position. Yeah. But now, guess who I am? I'm a master trainer. And if I'm a master trainer, I'll be going through my region. I'll be doing what? I'll be talking in front of all those people. Yeah. So at the end, I'll be addressed as who? I'll be addressed as somebody else, more than that. If you address people today, tomorrow, next year, so many times, you'll be a president. And then the second one, being the voice, not the ear, you don't have to always listen, you have to talk. Tell them, voice out. The third one, you need to set down the rules of engagement. At the start, you need to facilitate more leadership training and more capacity training. And number 5, you need to coordinate our efforts. We need to get into media training for the athletes and women in sport. You cannot just talk. We need to approach the media also so that what we are saying is being cleared by the women. Thank you. I think my colleague here will add on.
Hi everybody, I'm just going to elaborate on some of the points that we got to in our conclusion. So where we were speaking about being the voice, not the ear, we discussed that you need to speak up and you need to be more willing to confront the issues head on. When we discussed facilitating more leadership trainings and more capacity training, the person who was leading our discussion was saying that we can't plan for every single thing that we will need training in. We need to assess our needs as they arise and make sure that those opportunities are there for people to be trained in the positions and in the skills that we need training. We said to set the goals and plans for how this training will flow down into our communities. It's important that the people who get the training also know how to make it tangible for the people who they're going to interact with after they leave this training, the session, the seminar. And then we also said that this includes media training so that our athletes and other women in sport will know how to take advantage of the services of the media so that we can get them to make our cases known, make our needs heard. And we discussed that we need to, as women in sport, coordinate our efforts. We need broader stakeholder groups so that we know what skills are we sitting with, and when we have an issue, what is the plan? Like, where do we start? What are the petitions that we need? Who do we need to take our case forward? We need more forums and we need more groups to come together. We need a strong structure and clear steps on how to further the agendas of women in sport, from grassroots level to the top. And that was we discussed. If there's anything that I missed, anyone in my group can just call in now. Okay, cool, amazing, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. Our final group is the blue group. That was Rena Dwaba's group. They were sitting closest to the lunch, although I don't think they were the first to the lunch. I will just say that. Yeah, they were the last there. And actually, you guys were rushed a little bit. Excuse. No, they weren't the first to eat, actually. So, explain the song for everybody.
Good afternoon. Basically, the song, it just says, this is Dambi, that we all know, even though some of them have never seen her. And also, this is SAWASF, that some know, but have never seen it. So
this
that's,
is Ria.
and this is Ria, that we all know, and some have never seen, but it's basically a song that hypes people up to say, we know the people we're talking about, and we are celebrating them.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always nice to speak last. Because you just summarize what other people have already said. So we have a lot of common things that we discussed, and I think we'll not repeat ourselves. So my name is Chiwegesa from Zambia.
I'm Sherry Barrington from Vitamins Joburg.
Okay, so like everyone else, we were using, I think, the same questions. The first one was, what is key? A key message that the speaker conveyed to us on effective and powerful women leaders. So in our discussions, okay, so we started by asking ourselves the question like, who is a leader? What would be our expectations of such a person? Or how do we describe such a person?
So we had quite an extensive list, as you can see, some of which builds onto the presentation that we had just before. But some of the things that really stood out in the discussion were things that are not always identified with leadership, but the subtler things that kind of make a leader a strong and a good leader. So things like being able to be collaborative and lead by example, having the humility to lead, but also to be a part of the work that they're trying to inspire and engage people in. Someone that's able to communicate their vision, the passion, the change that's needed, good communicator. Someone that's able to, this came out from the presentation we had, but take charge and make those difficult decisions that need to be made. And delegate. I'm not going to go through all of them. I just want to add some at the bottom. Something that I think is a little bit different, which we spoke about, was resilience. Was one of the ones that stood out as important to me, because we often talk about resilience and we speak about it in a way that people are resilient and are able to bounce back from situations. And what that means is that, or what it's inverts is a feeling that we can do whatever we want to people and they'll bounce back because they're resilient. And I think that's something that happens to women all the time. So we spoke about resilience as a form of resistance instead, and being able to resist the circumstances that you're in and keep on holding true to your values and your vision, and resisting all the things that try to bring you down, carry on rising.
So also that a leader is supposed to be responsive. You need to know your environment, the people that you are leading, and be able to respond well to their needs. And that you should also be a visionary leader. You need to have a vision for you to be able to lead your people well. So the next one is about identifying the context in which the leader or leaders have successfully carried out
So this was the first question you asked around the key messages that we took from the presentation.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We mixed up the.
No problem.
Yes. It's after. Okay, so the key message that was conveyed, sorry about the mix-up. So what stood out for our group is stickiness, that we needed to stay with the issue and see it through. So if you've got an issue, don't give up on it. Don't look away. Keep hammering. I think the example that was given on this is that look at where banana is coming from. Okay, they started from somewhere, and today we're crowned as African champions. So when you keep at it, keep doing it, you finally achieve.
Yeah, just to add on to that, just all the examples we saw of women who are leaders today and who have achieved change for women. They have been women who have resisted everything that's gone against them and just stuck with their plan and their goal and their vision.
Then we have motivating and empowering others by creating platforms. So when you are talking about empowering and motivating, it doesn't just have to end there. You need to create a platform. Where are they going to be motivated from? So a platform like this one that has been created, that's where you impact knowledge on other people and to also motivate them by the number of speakers that have been brought here, the number of topics that will be discussed. So this is the platform that has been created. Then the third one is that we need to focus on the outcomes or the goals. So along the way, we face so many challenges. So if you do not focus on the goal, you will give up on the way. So if you've got a goal that you're looking at, you will always be moving to achieving it. And as a result, you will not give up. So the goal will always give you strength to go on. Then we also picked a point that we need to have a succession plan. The speaker gave an example of what happened to the organization. So if there was no succession plan to prepare them to take over, we would not be talking about that organization anymore.
And we spoke quite a lot about that point, and specifically in recognizing all the opportunities that we have to consider succession planning, perhaps not in a formal way, but just in raising and empowering the young people that we work with, the people that are colleagues, everyone around, helping them to understand the work that we do, realize understand the goals and the vision that we have, so that when we move forward, we move together. We're not moving alone and trying to drag people behind us, but we're moving together.
Okay, so the next point was identifying women leaders that have met the criteria. We were told you may not necessarily have to mention them, but then we are encouraging ourselves to be visible. So if we are going to be visible, we are not going to shy away from naming these women. So we have Munira, Marisa, Ntambi, again, Maria, as is commonly said about me in South Africa, Maria, Onalema, Rosina, Sia, Patience, the difference of names, there's Matilda, she's the late from Zambia, Lydia, the rest are South Africans. So in their own special way, so the names were brought about by different people of how they've touched them or motivated them. I'll speak about Ntambi. I think it's her mentoring skills and the fact that she organized this conference where she brought everyone of us together. Sia, that she's been an advocate, a strong advocate of women empowerment and women visibility.
Marisa, I think, is from hockey. She's also advocated for women's rights in the hockey space. Lydia, the unsung hero. I like the fact that the lady that spoke earlier also came up with this name, and it's in the same respect that she was mentioned. But she's done a lot, but we hear very little about her. Yeah. So
forget about our champion.
Patience.
Number 6.
Rosina.
Yes. The champion I introduced in the morning.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please pardon me, ma'am. There was a resounding yes when your name was brought up. Okay, so pardon my short memory.
So ultimately, all of these women encapsulated the long list of qualities that we identified in leaders.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so we also looked at the challenging issues and how we handle them. So what is listed here is the solutions or how we are handling them. There are so many challenges, you can name them, but then we just centered or concentrated our minds on some of the ways that we can handle these issues.
So this was a really challenging question for us. The other questions, there was lots of answers flying around. When it came to this question, there was quite a lot of quiet. It was quite hard for us to think about how we address some of the things we face. And the question Maria posed us was, what do we do when it comes to patriarchy? How have we addressed patriarchy in our organizations, in our work? And we really struggled to think of ways that work. So some of the things we thought of were related to the qualities that we'd identified initially. The stickiness that we mentioned, the need to stay steadfast, to be resilient and resist when we get pushed down and dragged down, to be consistent and sticking to our vision and mission. Also, I'm just repeating what I said earlier, sorry. And then something that Marissa mentioned, and I think of really important value given what she's managed to achieve in SA Hockey, is showing up authentically and being your authentic self in the leadership situations that present themselves to you, so that you can be the person and the change that you're hoping to create.
So the other thing we discussed was that we needed to be authentic. A good number of times people go out there and pretend. But if you're going to be authentic, you show up as yourself. You need to show people what you believe in or what you stand for outrightly, then you make progress. So of a number of things, I think when we look at the list of things that we're given, of the issues that we find more challenging and why, we thought we had actually discussed them in one way or another, but then there was the issue of sharing the vision that we needed to talk about it. We also needed to create an enabling environment and take people with you, because if you've got a vision and you don't take people with you, it will die with you. Yeah. So I think that's so.
Did we miss anything, Vicky?
Sorry. Before we do that, I've got a special request, if I may.
Sure. A song?
Not a song. Just an action. there's a woman in this auditorium who has, if we recall, we're talking about not quantity but quality, who has shown quality, who has shown resilience, who has added value to what we are celebrating today, I think, in terms of Banyana. And I would like us to just honor her. If we can just give her a standing ovation, please. Let's do it for Maria. So we all know that she stood up against a strong man, like maybe the strongest man. The result that came out for me is not what we should be looking at, but the step that she took to stand up and challenge this person. On that score, she is a winner. Thank you.
Breakaway groups, you did a fantastic job. Please just remember your feedback has to go to Dr. Rendani. So I know that we had our last group, the blue group, have all their notes on their paper, right? And maybe even Dr. Mitra's group. Maybe even if you just want to take shots of it and then send it to Dr. Rendani. I'm gonna put the email address here so that you guys know where to actually send it to. If you didn't get my spelling earlier on when I said it, and then you can also just bear that in mind when we break away after our next speaker, that you maybe also put it down in a digital format so it's easier just to send off to Dr. Rendani. The value of these things is that in order for him to collate all of the ideas so that everybody's ideas, all the groups, resolutions, all the things that they discussed come up to a distilled 1 or 2 resolutions, he needs to get all that feedback. So we were hoping to do the resolutions after each of the sessions, but obviously it's a little bit, not everybody sent Dr. Mulatsi their stuff yet. So please, if you can, those resolutions, even from our Breakaway 2 group, will be done tomorrow. So let me just finish writing this here for the people that recorded for your different groups. And that's also for those groups that have their stuff on here. Maybe afterwards you can just take pictures, like I said, and just email them, and that'll be an easier way to be able to just get it into digital format. But there's actually this really cool app now on, I know on the iPhone it does it. You say press a photo, but if it recognizes its text, you can actually, it will transfer it into like to characters, which is really nice that you can copy and paste it and put it into an email, which just makes life for Dr. Ndali a lot easier. Okay, so our next speaker, they are going to be joining us online. They are from Clemencia Anaya is from Spain, along with Bella and Lara, are going to be speaking about achieving gender equality and empowerment tools and tips for advancing sustainable change in women in sport, because obviously the key word for our conference this year is change and practical tips, and that we have workable solutions. So even in their absence, they can feel it from us. Let's give them a round of applause.
want to thank.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank and congratulate the South African Women and Sport Foundation for the organization of this important forum with the theme Advancing Gender Equality in Sport in South Africa. Let me also please thank especially Mutambi Rabil and Carol Oglisby for invited the Ibero-American Council of Sport to be a part of this conference. The truth is that we will have loved to be there and to be able to participate in person, but distance make it a little bit difficult to meet. So we look forward to meeting in other occasions. And also because of the time concerns, we have decided to record our intervention to make sure that there is no problem with the time and with the technical issues. And so we have recorded our intervention. I will take part as a member of the Ibero-American Council for Women in Sport on my condition, on my capacity of Secretary Executive, and also my colleague and founder of the network, Clemencia Anaya, will intervene afterwards. Well, I get the feeling that although we belong to different countries that are very far away geographically, and also we have differences, cultural, economical, social differences, but also nevertheless, I think that we share a problematic and interest, a desire, a common ambition, and we have a shared problem that also facilitate us to be able to find solutions and proposals that make us move forward. I do believe that in this journey, we are part of the same team. We are part of the same boat. So let me first share with you the screen of my presentation. Well, what is the Ibero-American Network Women and Sport? Sorry. What is the Ibero-American Network Women and Sport, and what do we do, how it has been constituted, and what have been the advances that have been made since its creation is part of my presentation. It would not be possible to explain the Ibero-American Network for Women and Sport if we did not briefly explain what is the Ibero-American Sport Council, because this council was the umbrella organization that sponsored and promoted the constitution of the network. The Ibero-American Sport Council is an intergovernmental body made up of 22 countries and was established in 1994 with the aim of developing the Ibero-American community through sport in all its dimensions. For 28 years, the highest governmental authorities have met uninterruptedly to design policies, programs, and development action through sport. It was in this forum, that in 1929 took the decision to establish the Ibero-American Women and Sport Network as an articulated space for dialogue and exchange of experiences around the need to establish programs, action, and policies in order to get equality of women in sport. Just a reference to point out that at the time of its constitution, there was no a woman as the maximum responsible for sport in the countries that belongs to the Ibero-American Council of Sport. At present, we have come to have 7 women at the head of sport in their countries, which we consider that in itself is a success and shows very clearly how there is a lot of work to be done, but are obviously advances that it is necessary to highlight. In fact, in the assembly of the Ibero-American Sport Council at the meeting of the network, there was an almost majority presence of men, when traditionally in the network, the usual was the presence of just women or only a few men. What do we do? In a brief way, our main objective is the effective equality of women in all areas of sport. We refer from school, Olympic sport, recreational, Paralympic, etc. From sport to professional practice in different areas. To this end, what do? We organize periodic meetings in both technical and political types, sometimes mixture. We promote the organization of webinars where we invite expert athletes, international organization, keynote speakers. For example, next month, we have convened one on transgender in sport with representatives of the Olympic Committee and International Federation, doctor and high-level athletes, just an example. Another area of particular interest for us is the development of reliable data bases to guide our progress. At this point, we are developing a program, a plan with UNESCO and with the German Agency for Development Cooperation of the first Ibero-American indicators of sport and development, where logically the Sustainable Development Goal 5 of the 2030 Agenda is a priority for us. We also organize and participate in both the annual assemblies of the Ibero-American Sport Council at the network. As an essential part of the network is to carry out collaboration programs with organization entities both nationally and internationally in the academic and educational field. In this line, training seems essential for us. Training, education, and this is why we organize international seminars annually through the training centers that the Spanish Agency for Cooperation has in the region. From the organization, we have asked to share useful tips and recommendations to achieve effective equality. Although we are aware that there are no secret formulas, we want to share our recommendations, and that undoubtedly one of the most important is precisely to participate and share in this Congress and this international forum to have greater visibility and generate awareness in all areas. We are convinced that together and united and sharing our progress and our difficulties, we will achieve our objectives. In this sense, very briefly, and I insist again that from the field of public policy action, we consider it essential to develop equality plans at the national level with the participation of all stakeholders of the sport ecosystem. And as Ibero-America Network, we give support to all the countries that need and are willing to develop equality plans. Linked to this, it is necessary to have a structured data collection system to be able to evaluate and to be able to measure the progress. It is also important the area of give dissemination and visibility to studies, research, and to report on the state of the situation and on progress and experiences that help us improve. In the network, we have a website and we have currently carried out a pilot study of 5 countries in the region, whose publication will be made soon. We think it is important that these equality plans should be aligned with other international and sporting bodies. The need for economic and human resources for policies to be effective and to be effective. As an example, a tool that we use in Spain, high-level sport receives a subsidy around 19% of its funds from the government, and the government conditions that economic endowment to the fulfillment of a series of requirements and of obligations, such as the representation of women in both executive and technical bodies of all the national federation. The obligatory nature of these specific units for women and sport. And also we publish and promote specific calls for aid and for support to athletes, management, coaches, and so on. And those budgets must be clearly differentiated from those budgets that are allocated for men's sport. Finally, I would like once again to share with you the importance of gender being part of the agendas and priorities of our countries. In this sense, I want to share with you that next year Spain will hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and gender equality in sport has been the priority established by the government of Spain in the second half of next year. In the second semester of next year, an international congress will be organized with this important priority that we all share. And we look forward to counting on your presence. Thank you very much, successful, and we remain at your disposal. I didn't want to go any longer because now is the intervention of Clemencia Anaya. And so I give the floor. I congratulate again the organizers and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Belén, for introducing me. I'm very happy to be here, sharing with all our guests and also with all these kind people that I know that they are working on behalf of women in sport. I only want to share some parts of the work we have been doing together, especially to improve women's sport policies and the advancement of girls and women in physical activity, physical education, and sport programs. Definitely Call for Conference promotes the creation of our network. Redemit, this is the main network in all the Spanish-speaking countries, and it is joining Spain with Central and South American countries within the Ibero-American Sport Council. Many women sport leaders become proactive, supporting the goals with their knowledge and experience. Many of us, we were working for sport during many years ago, but we started to be together with the same focus, the same situations, living so many difficulties to gain opportunities to have many ways to advance in sports. So when the call for conference started, we focus on permanent meetings to analyze and share our concepts. And this allowed the organization of volunteer commissions. After a while, the Technical Commission of Ready Meat started to work with a long-term vision. Of course, teamwork, experience, and vision were the core values of this group. The main task of it is to contribute in a practical way to improve gender sport policies and effective actions in relation to gender equality in sport development in the region. Women of Argentina, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Colombia, and Spain, we started together to join efforts to find the best way to move forward to the achievement of MINEP's goals. These two important summits in Berlin 2013 and Kazan 2017 that are led by SIGEPS and UNESCO. We started checking one by one each of the national government policies on behalf of women's sport. We divided the work by countries, especially with an emphasis of the women that are part of the technical commission. For example, I am from Colombia, so I is still working, searching and checking all the information about women's sport in the sport minister and the National Olympic Committee. This opportunity let us share with national sport ministries the evaluation process of the Ready Meat Technical Commission, using the Ibero-American Sport Council as a gap to overcome inequalities. This was an open window to see, and especially to be aware of the importance of leading sport policies for women's sport and girls and women, but also to motivate sport leaders in decision-making position to push forward women's sport policies at all levels. I think the main thing here is that the Technical Commission started to push in some way to these governments to check within their organizations what was happening or what is happening with women's sport programs. Although the COVID pandemic has been a big barrier, it opened a gate to digital communication. Interviews, conferences, forums, seminars, let us be connected to the world. This means that turning weakness into strengths, Zoom video, Microsoft Teams, and other digital platforms connected women to continue their purposes. And the main and simple topics keep us on the move to spread our ideas and conclusions to make visible Ready Meat. We never stop. Although the COVID pandemic was there, we started to work harder, and in some way we learned how to meet through Zoom video and Microsoft Teams and other digital platforms. It was not easy, but we made it as I imagine you made it in your countries. I want to speak about Colombia as an example. The first thing we did was to create the National Women's Sport Association in 1995. Following the Brighton Declaration principles, we started to invite NGOs and UN representatives in Colombia to join efforts on behalf of women's sport participation. National seminars to encourage sport leaders, especially men, to increase women participation in Olympic Games delegations were organized. And I think it was part of the success we had with women in official sport delegations in Olympic Games and South American Games and Central American Games also, because it started to move and to make visible the strong participation of women, especially at the end with results in terms of medals. National seminars to encourage women to participate in decision-making positions were established all over the country. Several years. I'm speaking about 1995 till 2022. We're speaking that we have almost more than 25 years working on behalf of these main goals. I think the most important thing we made was to invite men sport leaders to participate together in the design and advancement of girls and women's sport programs. And also mass media programs were promoted to make visible women's sport activities. And women's sport results in multi-sport events were highlighted through media and TV programs. We ran some international seminars on women's sport with relevant women with knowledge and expertise in sport equity and gender issues. And at the same time, women sport leaders of the region were recognized in different areas. Joining efforts, many women around the country, we invite other women from the region just to start being together. This, as a result, was a big opportunity, and there was born Redemit. Redemit is our women's sport, Ibero-American women's sport network that is now well known and recognized by the international women's sport organizations and countries. It became a consultative body of the Ibero-American region, and countries like Colombia are delivering a gender equity policy process. And I'm happy for that, because we have been working a long time ago just to reach this new way that it seems to be on the road. Some other countries are giving their first steps to follow the example. I think the snowball is currently running, and our responsibility is higher. Our concepts are reference points to other women's sport leaders and governments. And also, as a network, we are supporting many other women that are trying to lead many other processes in their own countries. Ready-made is a reality today, when the world is facing a new challenge. Transgender athletes are competing for a place in high performance and reducing opportunities for women in sports. The situation is a real challenge that needs to be managed scientifically with the support of experts. Our task today is requesting all our efforts to hold a webinar with the participation of main experts that will help us to state our position as a women's sport network. Our leading position in the region demands all our commitment and responsibility to protect women's participation at all levels. We are aware of the commitment and responsibility we have with the region, the Ibero-American region, but we are also convinced that if we join efforts together, we can make changes. And that's why we are inviting you to follow your vision, to study your own situations, and to focus on the main important thing that is girls and women, young women that needs to go to play, to feel the strong tool that is sport as a significant way to transform society. So thank you for your invitation, and we are here ready to support you in many ways. We can write down, and we can be doing so many.
So just as we did with our first breakaway group, we're going to be talking on the issues that were raised by the keynote address. So from our colleagues in Spain, we've got some nice ideas. They've also suggested some of their organizations, and the next discussion that is going to be had in the breakaway groups is very much around, if we want to be flexible and make use of the current spotlight that's being placed on women, thanks largely to Banyana, to our women that have been performing so well at the Olympic Games, winning medals, our fantastic performances at the Commonwealth Games. If we want to maximize that, if we want to really capitalize on that, what do we need? We need the answers when people come to us and say to us, okay, so you want more girls to participate in sport. How do you see that happening? That's why these discussion groups are so important. That's why the feedback is important and the resolutions are. So we can say, yes, actually, in fact, I'm so glad that you asked. I wish you'd asked earlier. However, great that you did. Here is our plan of action. And we've actually got a plan of action that is aligned with what other international organizations are actually doing. So some of the discussion points that are going to be had in your breakaway groups now, what types of policies for women do we need in South Africa that are aligned to guidelines of international organizations dealing with equality in sport, because we know that there's lots of different policies and lots of different international agreements. Who should be our strategic partners, institutions, organizations, for us to be able to actualize gender equality in sport? How should we structure such strategic alliances, and who should drive the process? South Africa appears to be stuck at the same point, which is nowhere, regarding sport and physical activity to get more children, especially girls, to be physically active. And then the fourth point, what other activities and actions do you propose that SAWASF, this foundation, actually gets involved in, their strategic alliances and other role plays, and what they should be pursuing to get the playing field actually level. So you know, you will have your groups, your colors, your purple. Where's the purple? Can I hear the purple? Woo! There we go. Let's hear you, because I'm feeling like we all had like some wonderful lunch and it's late in the afternoon and we're a little bit tired now. So can I hear the purple group? Are you there? Yes, yay! Okay, gold, you need to compete with them. Gold, are you here? Are you awake? Are you with us? Hello. Okay, I'm only seeing gold. What's happened to our gold medalists? Our group one. Can we hear you? Okay, what about our blue group? Are you there? Okay. Oh, we even got the choir conductor. Okay, and our green group, I haven't heard you yet. Our green group. Okay, our green group just needed a little bit of help there, but everybody is awake. I say SAWASF, you say? I say SAWASF, you say? What is the answer? Thank you very much. Okay, so your group leaders are going to be different. So for the gold group, our gold stars, you're going to be with Bese Chibwe. Actually, at this point, can I just say, Zambia, thank you for bringing some amazing people to come and take part in our conference. Please come and give the Zambian contingent a nice round of applause. Notice how you really have turned up, and that is so wonderful from a neighboring country. So thank you so much. So Besa Chibwe is the Zambian football manager. She's going to be moderating in the gold group. Besa, can you just put up your hand, please, so everybody can see you? Bessa, there you go. Those are your questions you're going to be running through with your group. And as you know, probably would be better, as you go through your points, your recorder, just remember it must go to Dr. Mulanzi. Your purple group, Cherie Becker, this is probably one of the biggest issues in women's sports at the moment. And that is gender inclusivity and us having to have very difficult conversations, and something that she's going to be discussing tomorrow, a really important discussion to be had in women's sports and actually the future of women's sports. So your purple group, you with Cherie Becker, she's going to be doing her keynote tomorrow about gender inclusive sports. The green group are with Mofu Kandondo, who, remember we heard about the IWG conference. It's going to be happening in New Zealand. She is going to be speaking there, actually. She's also from there as well. So the green group are with Mofu. And then Lydia Munyapau, a former Banyana player. She also was quite a prolific basketball player in her day. Where is she? Lydia. You know, I usually need glasses. Hey. Okay, so she's currently the COO of SAWASF. So the blue group, you are with Lydia as you guys discuss these very important issues. There you go. So everybody knows where they're going, and let's, for ease, let's go back to the places where we were. Gold in here, purple first door, green the last door, and then blue, you're going to be closest to the dining hall. Let's take tea and coffee, because there is tea and coffee. Let's take tea and coffee until 4, and then please go and join your breakaway groups and discuss. And then we'll come back here and feedback at 5 o'clock. So we'll take some time now until 4 o'clock for tea and coffee. Go into your breakaway groups to discuss for 45 minutes, and then we'll join back here in the hall. Happy days. Right. Session, the final session. The final countdown before we all go and enjoy a braai and even more caring and even more chatting with one another. It has been an amazingly successful first day. Would you agree with me? Yes. I'm not just saying this in isolation. It has been a wonderful regathering after 2 years. And I was saying to Ntami, you really can feel the energy among maybe a small group of women, but it has been really powerful, the things that we have spoken about. And we've also gotten comments from some people that have joined on live stream, which Ntami will tell you about all the way from the United States. So this is the final session of day one of the 2022 South African Women and Sports Foundation National Advocacy Conference. And we started out with the simple task to bring together experts, practitioners, athletes, and other specialists to find real solutions to continued gender equality challenges that face women in sport. We've discussed a lot today, and the final breakaway feedback is what we're going to be doing now before we conclude completely our day. So our groups, it was Besa Chibwe, Cherie Becker, Movu Kandondo, and Lydia Monyapao. I think what we're going to do this time, let's go backwards, right? So we started with the gold group last time. Let's start with the blue group this time. And just to remind you guys, please to send all your feedback, the recorders for your session. Please remember to send to, I see Cherie's giving me a thumbs up, she's already sent it, to Dr. Molati. What's going to happen at the end of the conference tomorrow, before everybody goes home, is resolutions. And those resolutions that have come from everybody's contributions that have been made through these different breakaway groups. So I'm going to call now on Lydia's group, that's the blue group, to come and give us their feedback. Ria Betwe, the official choir master. I know women is the Masadi.
Most definitely. So the song means women. Strength, gain strength, strengthen up, That's what it means. A very simple song with few words. Very powerful.
It's like the melodic version of Wachinta Bafaz.
Yes. We can even sing that one.
Eh?
We can even sing those words. It's possible.
Okay, next for our next group. For our next group. I'll put it up with the.
If it doesn't work, just hold it.
What are the questions? Here we go. No.
Just hold it. Page by page. Yeah, page by page.
You strike a woman?
Yeah.
Strike a rock. Strike a what? You strike a rock? Strike a woman. Dumelang hai, so good afternoon. My name is Rea Bezudilwan. So I will be doing a presentation for the blue team. All right, I'll be doing just 10% of the work. So my colleagues will take over from there. All right. Now, the first question is, what type of policies for women and sport do we need in South Africa that are aligned to the guidelines of international organizations dealing with equality in sport? Who should lead this process? Now, we are saying that the policy of women in sport that started in 2018 should be inclusive of women, as this cannot be concluded without women. So in terms of women, it means whatever that involves women, we should be represented. We should always be there. Now, the policy should be enforceable. It shouldn't just be a policy that will just decorate laptops and paperwork.
No, she's running away from the camera.
My apologies, I wasn't aware of that.
No, you're still out of the stream. I can see you.
Yeah. Okay, can you just move this here, colleagues? I think that would work. Are we fine now?
This is the camera. So you should come this side.
And I need to read at the same time, so.
I would just,
still like that.
No, but don't put your back to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we should be here now. My apologies.
It's okay. Anything for you. Okay.
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 Okay. I don't know, should I start or can I just continue? Okay. So we are saying that this policy should be enforceable. This shouldn't be just the policy that will decorate the laptops and our paperwork, We should make it a point that this policy should be enforceable. Now, the policy should cover remuneration and gender representation. Nothing about women in sport without them. Hence, we are saying wherever that involves women, women should be always be represented fully so in all grounds. Now, transformation policy, as this is not only about race. Okay, so all races should also be represented here. Okay, now who should be the lead then? Who should lead? We say that SASCOC, together with DSACR, which is the Department of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, should be there, or should oversee by the Department of Women and Children, and Gender Commission should play a role. So this should be inside. Now, we are also going to look at now, let's look at the strategic partners. We are saying advocacy and activist groups should come into place. Institutions of higher learning should also come into place. Corporate, now we're coming to corporate, we're looking at the resources to ensure that the policies can be done and implemented. Now, we also need the financial assistance, hence they should come into place. That's why we also included them here. Okay, we'll also need the NGOs, which we can include the UNICEF, the UN Women Department. Now, how is this going to work? How we should structure, how are we going to structure this? We are saying that research on the ground by women sport specialists and the feasibility study should be done. We'll start with research. Research, the main purpose of starting with research is to find challenges and problems from the grassroots level, which data will also be done from there. We are looking at sports specialists. These people are the ones that are going to assist because they are the specialists. You know, it's the field of expertise. We are looking at the sustainable goals. You can look at the UN, IWG, sport integrity, and RAUSC. We'll also take a look at the public hearings, because when coming to the public hearings, that's where you hear people's feelings, their mindset and so forth. So it's very much important. We'll also take a look at the Gazette. So that's how we do that. That's our structure, how we put it together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're the community outside sometimes, so I've been right away for this thing, and I've been attending this conference for 4 years now. But when it comes to public speaking, I always run away. But I'll just read what I have. I won't just watch it, so I can whenever I focus on the phone. I will be dealing with number 3, and it's the physical education in school. And the Department of Basic needed to be involved and partnership with the Department of Sports and Culture and Education. And the institution of the highlanders should be left out to progress as they need to resource of students and facility and how to be. And Masipala have to be responsible to provide the facility at school and in community. Coach must train and empower by the participants so they can cheat and write things to reach this public interest in in children. Physical education in school. Every Wednesday, school leader can also be provided an informal at school. And also, we have the last part, it's sports and coaches training should be employed and through the Department of Sports. Parents also need to be empowered through the awareness and workshop and basic, let them to be involved. Thank you.
Okay, mine is to present from number 4. But before I do that, I'd just like to add on what my colleagues here have presented on. On number 1, our group identifies that there is no specific sports policy that speaks to women. So what we have done, we've spoken about the policy that is already being developed. So what you will see that there is also, besides the policy on transformation, then we said we need to align ourselves and see how is that policy on transformation addressing the issue of gender inequality in sports participation. And then also on the part there, we're presenting about the strategic ratio and the chat. And there's a part there that speaks about sustainable development goals. On the sustainable development goals, we were saying the UN has got, we took from the presentation of the lady from New Zealand, because she was saying they have goal 5 from the UNICEF that they align themselves with. So we were saying we need to align ourselves as women as well with the policies of the UN Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, which is going to be goal 16, and it speaks about sports and how sport is a drive for peace and change and just global unification. So if maybe we can still from that try to align ourselves with that Sustainable Development Goal 16, and then from there on maybe we can try to develop and sort of enhance our role in terms of the sports development, because they are there to support women and children development and our societies at large. And then now I'll go to my presentation on number 4. The question is other activities and actions that can be taken. What was the question? What other activities and actions do you propose for SAWASF, strategic alliances and other role players should pursue to get the playing field finally level? For example, training on gender equality. Okay. This one, we said we need to invite decision makers next time for SAWASF conference 2023. We are proposing that we need to invite decision makers. Those decision makers not only include women, or if maybe we can have our own general conference where we have people who are going to be influential. I think we had a name for them, 10% of men who are decision makers. The he, she's like our guy that was in the group. I think it's, yes, people who are actually in support of the growth of women in sports. And then that is the challenge that we're putting us to SAWASF. We need to invite Department of Basic Education and also higher education department and the Department of Women and Children, so that they can also tell us what is it that they do and how best they think they can support our initiatives. And then we also need to invite former sports players and athletes, because we need to know what is it that they are going through, or the experiences that they have had, so that in our approach we can be practical when we know what kind of issues we're actually dealing with. And then when we're doing that, we need to identify the vocal or the brave artists that are not going to be afraid to voice out their experiences, because some of them actually shy away, especially those who are still active in the playing ground. And then we need more skills development program, following from the one that SAWASF had in 2020. And also, there was a call for SAWASF to formalize the mentorship program and get it moving. And then that way, also we can have a database of women in sports and actually track their
their progress. If possible, maybe you can have a survey also on other areas where SAWASF can develop, or maybe a suggestion box, so that you can get a general view even of those people who weren't able to speak out what they were thinking. Okay, then there was this one okay, it says here on the side notes, SAWASF's reach to other provinces is very minimal. So there was an example about, for example, Eastern Cape. If it wasn't for someone who had attended the event, then we wouldn't have known there is such an event going on. So we're saying SAWASF needs to reach to other provinces or regions, or maybe go around. So they need to find partners or corporate partners for resources. Also, maybe you can use the institutions besides over and above Lotto, local sponsor over and above Lotto, and also CATSETA can probably extend a helping hand. And then that way you'll be able to create a South African database that is not only limited to Gauteng province, and then because challenges in other provinces are not the same as the challenges that are faced by the athletes in Gauteng. So now you will get a bigger holistic picture of the problems on the ground, not just the problems on the bigger cities. And then also you can reach far as small towns and rural areas. There was an example about the growth of Caster Semenya, who's coming from a very rural area, and maybe things like this were not there for her. So someone must have seen casters for them too. So there are other casters that have not been reached in terms of their development. So there's a tagline that says South Africa is ready for SAWASF. Let's take it to the SAWASF is ready. Yes, South Africa is ready for SAWASF. Let's take it to the people. So the question is, also there is, what are you planning to do to reach people who have no access to internet platforms or live streaming? That is a rhetorical question. We can just keep that one. And then you can have face-to-face or entities of sports. So there was a suggestion that in our 9 provinces, 6 of those provinces have women as entities leading the sports in their provinces. So maybe if we can, they're looking for work, they're looking to do things. Maybe if you can reach to those females, then they'll be there to drive the narrative or the objective of SAWASF. That's it from our group. Thank you.
Joint choir masters. So Sia, it's up to you now. Please, can you help our choir understand what it's
Good afternoon again. Basically, the song, it's a very popular song. It just basically means that things are going to change, my child. Things will change around. Don't cry. Why are you crying, my child? Also it says the baby is crying, but the mother keeps on saying Tulanganam, which means don't cry, my child, because things are going to turn around.
Okay, so Aluta Continua, we have got 3 more groups to go. Lydia's group has set the bar very high for us with very workable solutions. Some low-hanging fruit that we can implement quite quickly, and other more difficult, challenging things that may need a little bit more time and collective energy. But that was fantastic. And I think it really speaks to how we started this whole thing. Let us come up with workable, implementable solutions. I don't even know if implementable is even a word. Our learned friends can tell me whether I'm correct or not. Okay, go with it. You know, there's words being made all the time. I'll just think back to quiz. Say? Yes, yeah, exactly. Okay, so our green group, this was Mofu's group. If somebody from the green group can please come up, that is group number 3, and present what you guys discussed on the different questions that were asked. If you want a reminder, then there is a piece of paper here that the blue group went through, you know, as their talking points, as they just set themselves up and just get comfortable. So Valentino told me he's got some of the most beautiful Vogue shots, but don't worry, they won't be sold to Vogue. They're going to be going onto the SAWASF platform, onto the social pages of those people that he took outside. There has been a request from the social team to answer some questions on video. So as you guys leave, he'll be asking you some questions where you'll have an opportunity to talk. 2 simple questions. You can maybe think about what you'll answer when you go out once we conclude today. What did you take from day 1? And the other one is, what is your message to those that didn't attend? So we can whet the appetite of those that weren't here, and they're gonna feel I'm never ever missing another SAWASF conference. You guys can take it away.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sikile Dimapopo, and I'm brought here by Dumisani Chauke, who every year when SAWASF is here, she makes sure that we're here. And I would like to thank her, even though in her absence, and thank you very much for having us here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marubin Kala, and I'm from the Tshwane University of Technology. I am the chairperson for aerobics in our campus. So our questions are written in the laptop, so we don't need to. So the first question was, how do we ensure that we advance gender equality in sports? What kind of policies can we have and that are aligned with international guidelines? And the first one that we had was the Bill of Rights. I'm sure everyone is familiar with that. And we also had the Equality Act, which basically means we must leave no room for discrimination. We also have the Code of Conduct, and what that means is we must buy in from the people to be bound by the Code of Conduct, and there should be involvement from the start. And we also had a directive from ministers, where what that means is we should not differentiate between men and women's soccer. For example, the minister should elaborate how this directive will be enforced and trickle down into the communities. And we also had sexual harassment policies, which means creating safe spaces for women to speak up about experiences of sexual harassment, but also safe enough to participate in those sporting codes. We also had language policy, which just means to make sure that the language used is plain and understandable for all, and we should also advance the use of all our languages in sports, as we have a lot of languages in South Africa. And the second question was, who could be strategic partners in achieving gender equality? The first one we had was legal fraternities, and those legal fraternities could use us in helping us achieve our aims and ensuring that coaches and players are both looked after. So ensuring that players have rights and those rights are looked after, as well as coaches.
and those rights interlink as well. We also had banking institutions, your ABSA, your FMB, your Capitec, to just enforce corporate social responsibility. We also have institutions of education, which just means communities should partner with schools to take advantage of the facilities. So say maybe you have a government school who doesn't have a swimming pool, for example, and you want to start swimming lessons for people of color. So you use maybe a private school which does have a swimming pool. So you need help with the facilities. And we also had transportation services companies, which would assist in transporting players to games and transporting them to events and events such as these. We'd have health personnel and practitioners. So we talked about the new cases of hormone levels and participation in sports. We had an example of a player the speaker was speaking about, which was speaking about hormone levels and taking medication to be able to play. And this will give access to experts who have the knowledge of these issues. So we'd have experts who'd let us know why this player needs to take this medication, what are the effects, and how can we maybe reduce the effects, how can we reduce the need to take this medication. And we'd have media as well. It would be representation and showing young girls and women what can happen for you is important. So I think as young people, media is very influential with social media, with TV, with all of that. So if we cater to the social media platforms, I think young people will be more interested in what we have to offer and what we have to show them. And we also spoke about spotting good shops to provide the correct tools for women to excel at sports. So that would be your uniforms, your equipment, and everything that you need to be able to participate in that sport. We also spoke about safety and security companies. So we spoke about people are discouraged to participate in sports if the facilities are unsafe. So our leaders spoke about when maybe you have two teams that are playing and one team wins, and that the supporters of that team are angry and they start throwing bottles, they start throwing bananas. So we spoke about safety and security for that. And we also spoke about sports psychologists and physiotherapists, because I believe mental health is a big factor in sport. I believe if you are not ready mentally, you can't be ready physically. So I believe we need psychologists for that. We also need physiotherapists for when you have injuries and all of that. And for when you do have injuries, you do need a psychologist to be able to get over the trauma of being injured. Yeah, that was the second question. Now we go to the third. Okay, the third one was, how do we go about establishing these partnerships? So we spoke about the people who understand the needs on the ground should be the one to run point on establishing partnerships. So the people who are directly involved in the sports, the people who are on the ground level, should be the one who are involved in making these partnerships. In order for the partnership to succeed or thrive, there needs to be buy-in from both sides of the partnership. So whatever partnerships we form, there needs to be equal effort in between the two of us. I believe that's very important in establishing these partnerships. And the fourth question was, how are we going to get more girls to be physically active and participate in sports? The first thing we talked about was schools should involve and promote a wider variety of sporting codes. So not just the famous sporting codes that we know, like soccer. There should be others like swimming, there should be aerobics, there should be cricket, there should be hockey, not like the sporting codes that we're used to, but sporting codes that aren't necessarily famous in maybe the rural areas and the communities. And we should develop more players to give more people an opportunity to excel. So an example that was given was there shouldn't be the same players
playing the same game every event, every league. There should be like changing of players so there can be more interest in the sport. An obstacle in sport participation is conservative religious beliefs in household, where the belief that girls' bodies should always be completely covered. So an example that was given was households or just religions that are more conservative, so they wouldn't allow you to wear short things. They wouldn't allow you to wear anything that exposes your body. So you need to wear maybe long tights, maybe you need to wear tights underneath that, and socks and all of that. So I think there needs to be inclusivity in that. And there should be a solution in adjusting the dress code to make it more inclusive, like I said. And there should, we also talked about teaching kids to swim. I think I talked about that because a lot of people of color can't swim. For one, I can't. And so strategic partnership would be essential here. So we talk about people who have the capacity to be able to provide facilities, swimming pools, to be able to provide people who can teach these learners how to swim. And we also spoke about capacity buildings for physical education. And an example that was given was on how the menstrual cycle fits into exercise. Because I believe a lot of male physical education teachers are not very familiar with how our bodies work when we are on our menstrual cycle. So maybe on your first day, you wouldn't be very keen on vigorous exercise. So I think there needs to be more education on that and how we can go and build around that. And we also spoke about getting qualified people. So example, sports scientists to be involved in capacity building for physical education. We also spoke about encouraging teachers to be more enthusiastic about physical education, which just means make it fun, because when it's boring, who's gonna come? And the last point that we spoke about was which action and activities do we propose for SAWASF and the strategic partners to get the playing field leveled. The first point that we spoke about was start at basic education to lay a better foundation so that going forward the playing field is more level. And we believe that this is better than trying to fix a broken system down the line. So it's better to start at the very beginning and teach these young people and these people that are, let's just say young people, the basic, just give them the basic information about what this foundation stands for, what we are looking to do, what has happened, what is going to happen, and give maybe solutions that are enforceable, solutions that are tangible that we can work with. And we also spoke about strategic partnerships that are formalized, which should be publicized and confirmed in writing. So we should have, as much as we speak and vocalize, we should also have things that are written and formalized so we can have proof of what we were talking about, because it's one thing to say something, but it's another to have it in writing. And we also spoke about capacity building of PE teachers. I think I spoke about that in the previous point. And we also spoke about partnering with organizations that have sports facilities. So it may be your high schools will partner with institutions of higher learning who have the facilities to be able to enforce these sporting codes, who have gyms, who have maybe grounds for netball, soccer, and all of that. And also spoke about pushing for more participation in under-deserved sports like golf, aerobics, squash, volleyball, cricket, hockey, and just those sports that aren't very famous within our community and just our where we are and where we live, where we grew up.
And that is our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we're quickly running out of time. Okay?
No, not that. I had a suggestion because this is my group.
Marvel,
And
yeah, go
and
ahead.
they've done tremendously well. So we're going to give them a special clap because the other group went singing. So now we should give them a special clap. So it's going to, whenever they step, we clap. And at the beginning, so whenever they step, we clap. When they move very fast, we clap very fast. Yeah? So they should. So we begin when they step, we clap.
That's it. The leader of the team. Okay. Cherie's team is next. This was the purple group. If your presenters can come up and share with everybody what you guys had to say about the different points. I think we can sing, guys. There, we're coming.
She's kind of quiet.
I can sing. We'll try the clapping next time. Okay, as you go, we'll try the waffles thing. Yeah, where's the questions? Did you guys take it in the chat box? Yes, do you want to sit?
Okay. My partner here who has a note.
It's what you call this, just a resource suggestion. Will be announced at the end of our presentation.
All right, thank you. Good evening, yes, it's evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Unoraz Mabindisa. I'm from the Eastern Cape, the University of Fort Hare. I'm the head coach there for the softball team. Yes, I know, it's a very rare sporting coach in our country. It's softball. It's that sporting coach that looks like baseball. Yes, I'm also the tournament director for our NUSA softball. So yeah, yes, university sport. Yes, so yeah, that's who I am. So I'm here to represent the purple group number 2. Yeah, I'll be. Woo! Yeah, I'll be short as myself, but very impactful. Don't mind the jokes. I joke a lot when I'm nervous. That's just a way for me to not stutter. All right. Our group, if I may say, there's a lot of questions that are on the paper, but as a group, actually looked and we took much time on just one because we believe, and as most of the speakers in front of me have talked, the most important thing that can actually enforce all these changes that were talked on by speakers before us is policy. Yes, I know we've been saying that as a country, we're a country with beautiful policies, but very little implementation. But however, when we spoke, the ideas we came up with, not just written policy, that we would come up with a written policy, but would be very implementable policy that will actually be directed in not just women in sport, but it will be diversity, inclusivity policy, if I may put it. The first question was, what policies are there within the country that speak unto women in sport? And unfortunately, if I may say, the room was quiet. And I think it's 80%, that would be my educated guess, of the room here, if I would ask them, policies specifically directed towards women in sport, 80% of us might not even know if there are any. Unless we came up with a question to that question, if there are any, what are those policies? And if they are there, those policies, what do they say? Do they talk unto us and what we want to achieve as women in sport today in South Africa? From there, the wheels on the train started moving, if I may put it. People started coming up with ideas. From there, we started, and we asked the question then, what is a policy? And sentiments of like a policy is sorry. A policy is a guideline, and a policy is a statement of intent. Now, if that's what a policy is, do we have a policy in South Africa then that will speak unto all this intent that we have as women? And people come up with an idea, said that the policies actually is political, and the policies that we have that are in the country that may not generally speak to women in sport, that do have some aspects that speak unto women that are within sporting fraternity. However, it is very political, it is cultural, and it's very religious. Now, if we have policies that are structured that way, that means we do not have policies that speak unto our intent as the women that are sitting in this room, if I may put it, today. So, who makes these policies then that we do have in our country as we work and play and live in today's world? And some of us don't even know who created those policies. And one person said that sometimes when we create these policies, we create them because someone wants a policy right now. We are asked for a policy, so you just create a policy and it doesn't actually speak unto what we want to achieve as women within the sporting fraternity as it is today. Now, the content of the policy as it is in the state it is today is that, likely my fellow lady here came up, said this point that policies are like contracts. That's how it is today. That we just have policies so that we can attain sponsorship. So you have a policy so that you can get a sponsorship from whoever, from this person or that person, from that company, but it doesn't actually speak to what we are supposed to be driving forward to as a sporting code, as a fraternity. Now, an idea came about that, now if that is that's how it is that we have policies in today, then we need to have workshops that will teach women, not just women, everyone within the society of sport, on how to formulate and craft policies that actually speak, workable policies that actually speak to what we want to achieve. Because policy, remember I said, policy is a statement of intent. Now, if it's a statement of intent, that means it speaks to what you want to achieve. And for you to be able to achieve what you want, you have to have that policy, and only you, the person who's going to be working with the policy, have to be able to create. The policy has to be relatable to you as people working with the policy, the sportsmen, sportswomen, the administrators, the coaches, everyone needs to be hands-on in the creation of the policy. That means workshops needs to be held so that we can educate ourselves and those in our communities on actually how to create and formulate the policies that speak unto our agendas as women, as men, as sports people. From then onwards, we realized that actually the reason we do not have or we do not know of these policies is because they're not distributed to us. And if it's not distributed, definitely we don't know if there is a policy out there that speaks to whether it's gender-based violence within sporting, your sexual harassment or anything that is specific to sports. If we do not have them, they're not distributed. And if it's there, it's very outdated. And if it's outdated, it needs to be reviewed. Policies need to be reviewed. And for us to be able to review a policy, workshops, as we've said. We need to be workshopped so that we can be able to formulate, craft, review our policies so that we can speak onto our ideas and what we want to achieve in the future. A policy needs to be flexible, relatable to everyone that uses it. Must be agreeable and developed by those, as I've said, by those who work and use. Those are your day-to-day people that work with the policy documents. As I said, your administrators, your sports people, your coaches, your managers, everyone who's involved in sport is supposed to know their policy. That means they're supposed to create their own policy that will be agreeable, understandable, developed by them, so that it can be able to be flexible enough to accommodate everyone that uses it. From there, more questions kept coming through on actually how we formulate policies if we have them. So how do we, if we do not have them, how do we get to a point where we have a policy that will one day speak unto everything that we as women, and not just women in sport, but everyone that is involved in sport, and no one be marginalized within sport, have a say in that policy. Then a question of what the policies actually usually sound like, or the wording within the policy, which is your gender-based equality sometimes, your gender equality in sport. Probably someone would come up with a name like that. Now the problem is in the wording. We are moving towards a future of inclusivity, right? Within sport, that's what we're calling for. Now, if you want inclusivity, when you say gender-based, gender equality, even when you listen to it, it creates a bit of rift between the genders. Already when you say gender-based, I'm sure our male counterparts feel attacked already. When you say gender equality, it's like you say, all right, males this side, female that side. You've already had all you need as males, now we're looking at females. Then they will start rebelling towards that because now it sounds as if you are siding them away.